The views expressed on Talk Real Solutions, hosted by Tyrone Thompson at TalkRealSolutions.com, are the views of Tyrone Thompson and do not reflect the views of TalkRealSolutions.com, YouTube, or etc. The content here belongs to Talk Real Solutions and its many contributors. Views and opinions expressed by all contributors belong to them and not TalkRealSolutions.com or Tyrone Thompson, the host, or etc. All data and information provided on the site is for informational purposes only. Talk Real Solutions makes no representations as to accuracy, completeness, correctness, suitability, or validity of any information on this site and will not be liable for any errors, omissions, or delays in this information or any losses, injuries, or damages arising from its display or use. All information is provided on an as-is basis.
All right. Welcome to the show. This is Talk Real Solutions, and I am your host tonight, Tyrone Thompson. All right. I want to thank you for tuning in. Today is April the 20th, 2023, and I want to invite you to go to TalkRealSolutions.com, and on there you'll find a 3-point plan to Black empowerment and financial freedom. It has 3 points. The first point is to get together with like-minded people. The next point is to stop all unnecessary spending and save your money. The third point is, as a unit, invest or save your money in a verified and trusted institution. A great goal would be for you to open a Black-owned business. And right above the 3-point plan, you have a link to African-American-owned banks and credit unions. We could all start moving our money to these institutions to start practicing group economics today. And check out the rest of the links and articles on the website. That's where we will be getting our news stories from tonight. You can follow along there, or you can follow along on YouTube and on Facebook as I post the links in the group there. Talk Real Solutions Show on Facebook and Talk Real Solutions on YouTube. What's up, MJ? Let me speak to MJ. Yeah, welcome to the show. If you want to call in to tonight's show, you can dial in at 717-908-1834, or you can and press the participant code at 917-324, and I'll get you on the mic here. I guess I'll just, there's so much going on in the country that, it's hard to like narrow down one topic to talk about, especially during politics. And then you got this thing going on with this guy on social media, what's his name? Jonathan Majors. You got the shootings in this country. You got the Republican Party just as stupid as they always been. Fox News lost the lawsuit, and what's up, Frodo? And Fox News lost a lawsuit, and I'm happy as I ain't gonna say what Cliff used to have a saying, and I ain't gonna say it, but I'm happy. Let me see if I can get away with letting y'all know what it is. It's an F word in a room full of D's. That's what Cliff used to say. But you can figure out what the F word is. It sounds like maggot, and the D word sounds like kicks. So, but I'm happy that Fox News, I mean, guys, it is simple. It's what I've been saying over the years. We just got a couple of idiots over here that actually still indoctrinated, listening to that right-wing propaganda, and for some reason they won't let go. So they're lost. And they're going to continue. And not only those two, but you got people across the country that still believe in that dumb crap that Fox News be pushing out. So in the Dominion lawsuit, y'all know I've been talking about that a little bit, but Fox News actually had to settle and give those people a lot of money, guys. It's almost $1 billion that Fox News had to fork out to those guys. I think it was like $787 million. Fox News, yeah, $787 million that Fox News had to pay out to Dominion for lying about the 2020 election. So I mean, this stuff all connects. It all connects when it comes to what we've been talking about, especially on politics over here, when it comes to January the 6th, when it comes to the lies about COVID, when it comes to the lies about the Democrats eating babies, when it comes to Sarge losing his freaking mind over here and trying to defend a fucking 2,000 mules or whatever the freak, you know, it all goes together in this lawsuit that Fox News had to spend damn near $1 billion to settle with Dominion. And what does it mean when you settle in a lawsuit? Well, it means that Fox News didn't want to have their host, Sean Hannity, Laura Ingraham, Tucker Carlson. They didn't want to have their host take the stand in a long drawn out trial and actually have to tell the truth under oath. That's what that meant. We already know through the text messages that Fox News was lying, because they off the air they would lie and send each other texts and talk shit about Donald Trump and talk shit about their supporters. They literally talk shit about Sarge and ABC and say how stupid they was for believing whatever they were saying on the air. I played you audio the other week where, you know, they basically admitted in their phone calls that they were lying to their audience. And now they get held accountable at the sum of $787 million for lying. For $787 million for lying. They are liars. Fox News are liars, and they've been proven to be so in court. I mean, if they had any evidence to prove that they was right for pushing this propaganda that they've been pushing, they could have pushed back in this trial and actually gave the proof. Where's the proof? You go to court, if somebody accuse you of something and they are wrong, then you bring the evidence to prove your innocence. That is not what happened with the Fox News case. So what does all this mean? That means ABC, you a dumbass. That's what that means, because you're listening to a propaganda network. What does it mean? Sarge, you a fucking idiot, because you are getting played by this propaganda network, Fox News. Let me change the name of that, because I call them Fox News. I'm going to change it to Fox News, because that's exactly what the hell they are. Fox News. There we go. That's better. Fox News have, and we knew that. I mean, anybody with common sense know that if you sit up and listen to Tucker Carlson for 1 second, you know he lying. But it's the dangerousness of what Fox News does is that they're the biggest cable news network, the most listened to cable news network on cable news, right? So the reason that that's dangerous is because they got a large audience that they are influencing the minds of these people, and these people that listen to Fox News, they they are so stupid that they don't realize when they're getting fed a bunch of bullshit. So what happens? Well, you get people. As a matter of fact, it'll segue into what's been going on this week. You get people like that guy that shot down that little black boy that was ringing his doorbell, right? Because there was an interview done with that guy, and his grandson came out and said that that's all his granddaddy do is sit up and listen to Fox News. So now his granddaddy is all wired up, sitting in the house with a gun like Sarge. Somebody rings the doorbell. Oh, hell, the government coming to get me. Let me get my gun and shoot through my goddamn door before I respond to it like a regular American and say, hello, can I help you? No, we're going to use our guns because Fox News are done scared the shit out of me and murder some damn body or attempt to murder someone. That's why it's so dangerous when you're listening to Fox News. It's dangerous because just last week on this very show right here, ABC was in the chat and he said that he didn't mind taking horse medicine. That is fucking dangerous. For this idiot been living in America all his fucking life, went through American education system, learned science, reading, arithmetic, right? History, those core subjects. He learned that shit in school. He said he was probably one of those fucking nerds sitting in the front of the class trying to get straight A's and shit. You know, bringing the teacher a fucking apple with a fucking worm in it. That was him. So he know how to learn. But for some fucking reason, whenever he became a grown-ass man, he started feeding into the propaganda and listening to these motherfuckers, his white masters, like Tucker Carlson and Jesse Waters, right? And taking horse medicine. What the fuck? Why the fuck would you? He forgot all about the time that he got inoculated as a child going to school. You know, you had to take those shots to go to school. You just did. And his parents, you know, I'm pretty sure they made sure that he got a flu shot. If he played any damn sports, I don't know if he did or didn't, but if he played any sports, he had to go get a physical from a doctor. Whenever he gets sick, he carry his fucking stupid ass to the hospital and gets seen by a fucking doctor. But all of a sudden, because of Fox News and Tucker Carlson, these doctors are the enemy now. They're the fucking enemy. You can't trust the doctors. You can't trust Dr. Fauci. Oh, the Wuhan lab. We don't know what the World Health Organization say. What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh, let me just take this horse medicine and I'll feel much better. You dumb son of a bitch. You are about to be one of the... This is why, nigga. This lawsuit proves that you are a fucking idiot. This lawsuit where Fox News just had to pay Dominion voting system for lying to your dumb ass at the tune of $787 million prove that you don't have as much common sense as a fucking ant. It shows how stupid you are. But here's the sad part, is that they're going to talk right past this loss for Fox News. And they're going to talk right past the fact that Fox had to pay $787 million for lying to them. And then they're still going to try to defend that fake ass propaganda lying ass television network. It's not news. It's propaganda. It's propaganda. And they're still going to try to defend it. Because they don't want to be wrong. Nigga, you was wrong. You was wrong. Period. There is no, I mean, if anybody try to argue anything that Tucker Carlson say, Sean Hannity say, Laura Ingraham say, anybody from Fox News from this day forward, then don't even fucking listen to them. Because you're talking to a dumb person. Whenever somebody's trying to defend Fox News at this point, I told y'all Rupert Murdoch was trying to take over America. Because, I mean, if you listen, there's a documentary on fucking Netflix called, I think it's called Murdoch, right? What is that documentary? I want y'all to go look at it. And it's just like, what is that doc? I'm gonna Google it for y'all so y'all can see it. So I won't get it wrong. Hold on. Rupert. Who fucking named their kids Rupert any goddamn Rupert? Rupert Murdoch. Why the hell did they take the goddamn movie down? God damn it, I know I watched this motherfucking movie. Hold on for a minute. The Murdochs, that's what it's called. Let me see. Yeah, here it is. So this is the movie here. The Murdochs Empire of Influence. It's a documentary, and I think it's on HBO. Y'all need to go watch this damn movie because it'll show you how stupid ABC and Sarge is. It'll show you that this old man right here is playing everybody when it comes to politics, when it comes to the media outlet, when it comes to him growing his empire as a media mogul. It'll show you how Rupert Murdoch just blatantly lies when it comes to trying to get the headlines and all that kind of stuff. Back in New York, when it was the Son of Sam, Rupert Murdoch bought the New York Post, I think it was, and in order for him to actually get the headline and compete against the New York Times or one of those newspapers, Rupert Murdoch just made up lies about that whole Son of Sam scenario. He got caught up in all that kind of stuff, but it didn't damage his network. But, you know, he just got called out and had to go to court and all that kind of bullshit when it came to the Son of Sam lies, right? But he did that in order to build his empire because he was getting headlines. And then later on, whenever Ronald Reagan was becoming president, Ronald Reagan is the first president, Republican president to ever win New York. And the only reason that Ronald Reagan won New York is because Rupert Murdoch had those media outlets in the newspapers, and he was able to pump Ronald Reagan up and get him popular in New York. That was it. It's all in the goddamn movie. This motherfucker started in Australia with the propaganda, and then he went to the UK with the propaganda. Now listen, this is the fucked up part about Rupert Murdoch, is because Rupert Murdoch and Martin Bashir, this dude is fucking powerful. Rupert Murdoch, because of his fucking propaganda format and how, you know, it was like tabloid news and all that kind of bullshit, Rupert Murdoch inspired Martin Bashir to go and try to get an interview with Princess Diana. Listen to me. And Martin Bashir was telling Princess Diana all these goddamn lies just to make headlines, which made the media fucking frenzy crazy over Princess Diana. So they was chasing that woman all over the goddamn place. So there is no direct connection, right? But if it wasn't for him and the way that he does his media in the UK, those fucking news reporters wouldn't have ever went crazy over Princess Diana and chasing her around like propaganda and bullshit. And this is the reason that that lady got fucking killed, because of Rupert Murdoch and the way that he do shit. But that's just me making the connections out of that goddamn movie. If it weren't for this goddamn way this man do business and lie and spread propaganda, I don't think Princess Diana would have been killed. But you got to watch the movie to make that goddamn determination for yourself. But my point is, he left Australia, went to the UK, then he started trying to go to China with his propaganda, and then he came to New York. And then whenever he came to New York, he bought the New York Post and some more little small newspapers. And eventually he started buying the bigger newspapers, like the Wall Street Journal and all that kind of bullshit, right? But anyway, he's controlling the damn media. So whenever he got to New York and did all that bullshit and he was all into the papers, that's when he had this television fucking thing. And he wanted a way to compete with, I think it was one of those sports networks. So he wanted a way to compete with them. So he started covering the goddamn Super Bowls. So if y'all know that when you watching sports or whatever the fuck, the football game, you see Fox News. That's why, because Rupert Murdoch started fucking covering the sports events. And then that evolved into the Fox News network. So that's how he got his foot in the door with the goddamn TV. And then he started trying to compete with the news networks. And then once he started Fox News, that's when the Desert Storm and all that kind of bullshit kicked off. That's when everybody was fucking patriots. And Fox News was like, America first and all this kind of bullshit. So all of these rednecks like ABC and Sarge got hooked on Fox News because, it was America first and all that kind of bullshit. So that's how Fox News got his foot in the door with the fucking media, because they thought that they was reporting for America during the war. But after that, and Barack Obama got in office, there was a big old shift in Fox News. It became racist as fuck. And then they started lying on this man's family. Right? They still had the little tabloid thing going on about him, but they really started lying with Barack Obama. And then after that little Barack Obama episode, I don't know what the fuck happened. These guys just went off the rails and they just started lying about every goddamn thing. They wanted to get that energy that they seen the left had with Barack Obama. So Trump shows up and they start fucking pumping this guy up like he's the best thing since sliced bread. And in order for them to fucking to keep Trump on this high fucking status, they had to ignore the fact that that Access Hollywood tape saying Trump grab him by the whatever. They had to ignore the fact that Trump was coming in the door with all these fucking accusations against him with all these women. They had to ignore the fact that Trump is a fucking moron. They had to ignore everything about Trump in order to prop him up on the network as the candidate, right? So Rupert Murdoch did all of that. They got this motherfucker elected president, so they continued to tell the goddamn lies. After they got him in the White House, they seen that Trump was a real fucking idiot. And then we kind of reported here how Rupert Murdoch was trying to push away from Trump during his administration. But, Trump is an idiot. I ain't gonna say he's an idiot, but Trump, he loves the limelight, so he's not gonna back down like anybody normal. So Trump just keep on fucking doing whatever Trump do, and he milks it, and this is where we at now. So now, when Trump is in office, the COVID comes up, and the lies just keep getting worse and worse and worse about COVID, about the Wuhan, about the fucking how Trump has mishandled it, how Trump has just mishandled and killed a whole bunch of people. Now I said it and I said again that Trump is the biggest mass murder in fucking history, especially around that COVID, because he watched a lot of Americans die without even trying to take science into considerations and help Americans out. So you had all those lies going, right? And then the re-election came up, and then that's when Fox News were just heading down that damn track. So they didn't give a shit then. They started actually naming companies like Dominion and Smartmatic, and they were just lying on these people. They was lying like a motherfucker, saying that this is the reason that Trump lost the election and all that kind of bullshit. Then you had your damn Denise DeShusers coming on there saying, yeah, they cheated Trump and all this kind of bullshit. And then once all of that fucking shit was over with, Dominion said, okay, you fucking damaged my company. And because you kept calling my name every day, because you kept lying on my company, saying that our machines was fucking jacked up and all that kind of bullshit, we're going to sue you. And not only that, there was another company, another voting system company called Smartmatic that has actually still got a lawsuit going on against Fox for $2 million, $2 billion. So that lawsuit hasn't even went to court yet. So Fox has just lost damn near $1 billion due to Dominion, and the Smartmatic lawsuit is still in the works, and that's going to happen too. So these people are bleeding money because of the fucking lies. They just are. But y'all need to go watch this documentary for Rupert Murdoch, and you'll see that everything that Tyrone been saying about Fox News, about how stupid Sarge is, about how stupid ABC is, you'll see that I'm absolutely correct, because this fucker right here, this fucking racist piece of shit right here, he has been playing these people, promoting propaganda and all that kind of bullshit just to build his media empire. That's all it is with this guy. It's about money, 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 money. And now that you know they lost this $787 million, I'm confused at this point, because I don't know if this guy is going to keep barreling down this path of lies, or is he's going to change his course and try to pull back from some of these lies. I don't know, because he got a couple of loose cannons on his team when it comes to people like Tucker Carlson and Jesse Waters and Sean Hannity and Laura Ingraham. I don't know if they're going to change course or not. I don't know if they're going to keep barreling down this thing, but I think they're going to be a little bit more cautious whenever they're saying, you know, pointing out certain individuals and saying that they're responsible for causing whatever. They're not going to call out any more companies' names, because they can get held liable for defamation, just like they did in this lawsuit, and lose tons of money. So I'm waiting to see what happened with Smartmatic. And I've heard that the Fox shareholders are actually suing Rupert Murdoch too, because of the misrepresentation of information and causing their shareholders to lose money. So I don't know where this thing is going to land at, but it's interesting to watch. You know, something that we've been saying years ago when we first seen it, whenever they was lying. It's interesting to watch it come full circle and see them get held accountable for lying to the audience. Now, my thing is, with our government and our system of the way we do things, I thought that the media was supposed to be held accountable with the FCC and all that kind of stuff, and can't misrepresent information, you know, but they're able to get away with it. They're able to say racist shit. They're able to lie on people. They're able to just say whatever they want to say on Fox News and get away with it. I don't know why they're not getting held accountable for that bullshit, right? Just like, if you will, social media, YouTube or whatever, if you say something wrong, they try to hold you accountable. The media organization is supposed to be held to a higher standard, right? Especially when it comes to journalists and reporting information and all that. You're supposed to be held to a higher standard. But Fox has been able to get away with just lying. All right. And on this story right here, I pulled up this one, which is, Dan Bondino can say whatever he want to, but Dan Bondino was one of the worst people on Fox News to spread that propaganda, because he was on Fox News as a guest or whatever, but he had his own show on the weekend, and this guy was worse than worse than Tucker Carlson, if you can believe it, right? But you know, Fox News got rid of Lou Dobbs and other people, but Dan Bondino recently, this Fox News guy, and this just happened after the lawsuit. Let me see if I can find a story that says it. I don't, you know, he says that it didn't have anything to do with the lawsuit. But I think because he was so fucking he was really bad. Dan Bondino, he got fired. My point. Right after the lawsuit. Now he said it didn't have anything to do with the lawsuit. And I'll take him at his word. But damn it, it looks mighty suspicious that after Fox News loses $787 million, your ass get fired. I don't know. So maybe Fox is cleaning house. It says right here, conservative host Dan Bondino severed ties with Fox News. That was 1 hour ago. It's leaving the network. That was 2 hours ago. Dan Bondino parts ways with Fox News. That was 8 hours ago. So I'm gonna say that they fired this motherfucker because he's an idiot. I don't know. I don't know if y'all ever heard Dan Bondino, but this guy on the COVID stuff, he was just level fucking 12. On the fucking election shit, he was just, I don't know, he was really extreme, right? And he had a big audience. I'm not gonna lie, he had millions of people listening to him. So for them to get rid of talent like this right here, right after the lawsuit, I'm pretty sure that lawsuit had a effect. I'm pretty sure that lawsuit had an effect on this guy's, tenure at Fox News. So maybe maybe that they might be going through cleaning house. I don't know, but I would love to read a headline about this about Tucker Carlson saying Tucker Carlson parts ways with Fox News. It was because of irreconcilable differences that Tucker Carlson leaves. I don't know, but if they keep people like Tucker Carlson around, they're going to keep losing money. That's exactly because Tucker Carlson is a anti-American, right-wing, racist propagandist for Russia, and he's going to double down on his Russian propaganda. Tucker Carlson, just recently, with that guy Jake or John Xavier who stole the documents. I mean, America's secrets are important, but Tucker Carlson is promoting somehow another way that this guy's a fucking hero. That guy's a fucking piece of shit. That guy's a piece of shit, and he put our country's security at risk. But Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying that guy's a hero. But my point is, after the lawsuit, Fox News gets rid of this guy. Fox News loses $787 million because they've been lying on air about the 2020 election. And it's one of these things to where if you don't wake up now, then I don't know what the fuck to tell you. So people with common sense, we know that Fox News is full of shit, right? We know that. But the problem is that whenever you get idiots out there in the United States of America that listen to Fox News, they take that stuff to heart. And when I say that, it goes right into the shooting victims that we had this week. We had, and I think Elisa got a story about the young black kid that rung the doorbell, right? And a guy just shot him because he rung the damn doorbell. Then you got another shooting in North Carolina where it says a North Carolina man shot a 6-year-old and her parents Tuesday night in Gaston County. Police Chief Stephen Zeal would not say Wednesday what sparked the attack near Gastonia. He said the shooter was 24-year-old. However, the neighbor, Jonathan Robinson, said that before the attack, some children went to retrieve a basketball that rolled into Singleton's yard. He said Singleton went into his house, came back out with a gun, and began shooting at a fucking 6-year-old. This is what you get from listening to goddamn Fox News. These people that are so triggered, that are so pro-Second Amendment, that you can't take my guns. All them motherfuckers. This is what you get from listening to Fox News. These trigger happy, these wired fucking people that are ready to fucking shoot fucking children because they've been listening to propaganda. There was another shooting in Texas where a man shot two cheerleaders because they opened or attempted to open the wrong car door in a supermarket parking lot. I've done that. I've walked out of Walmart, because y'all know that's where I shop at. I walked out of Walmart and I went to a car that looked just like mine. And I was trying to get in that motherfucking car. I was like, what the hell did they do to my key? My car ain't opening. None of this bullshit. And I just looked in the driver's, the passenger side. And I said, that ain't my shit. And my car was parked like 2 cars over, but there was a car that looked like mine, and I was trying to open that door. As a matter of fact, I was sitting in Lowe's one time, and there was this lady that came out, and I'm sitting in the car getting ready to go in the store, and she's standing on my damn passenger side, just yanking away at my damn passenger door. And I'm like, what in the world is this woman doing? And then she said, oh, I'm sorry. Your car looked just like mine. It happens. That doesn't mean you're supposed to take out a gun and shoot people. That mistakes happen in parking lots all the time, every day. But here you have these 2 cheerleaders that got shot because of First Amendment or Second Amendment. Don't take out guns. And then there was this other story. There's so many shooting stories this week. There was this other story in upstate New York where this group of kids was riding, looking for a friend's house. And they pulled into a driveway to turn around. I've done that numerous times where I go one way and I say, okay, well, shit, I need to turn around. I pull into a driveway and back out and go the other way. And this is all these kids were doing. And a guy came out of his house and shot at the fucking car for turning around in his driveway, and he killed a girl. Listening to goddamn Trump. Listening to fucking Fox News. All of these motherfuckers that don't give a shit whether kids die in this country at the hands of guns. They all trigger happy and ready to shoot any damn body. And the sad thing about it in this country is that there is ways and methods for people to defend the fact that they murder people with the invention of laws like stand your fucking ground. I was in fear of my life. I felt threatened. That's some made up bullshit that came into existence right ahead of the damn Trayvon Martin murder. I don't know. It could have been like 3-5 years before Trayvon Martin, but I know that the law hasn't existed in this country that long before that boy got murdered in Trayvon Martin. It's just a way for white Americans to ensure that they get away with murder. That's what that stand your ground stuff is. It's not even constitutional. So here you have the organization that lost $787 million in a lawsuit that is promoting propaganda about guns and gun rights and promoting NRA events and all this kind of stuff. And then you have 3-4 shootings all within a couple of days of each other, where I guarantee you these people listen to Fox News. Now, there was another shooting. I think it was called it was a Sweet 16 birthday party. I think that was a black guy that shot up that party. Well, 3 people was charged in that shooting. But I'm fair here. I'm an honest broker. I'm not gonna just say only white people are going crazy with shooting people, but they are the majority. They are the majority. This party in Alabama, where they was having this Sweet 16 birthday party, 3 people were killed. You know, and I'm saying that because the access to guns in this country is ridiculous. There need to be an immediate halt for the ability to carry these AK-47s and automatic weapons. That needs to stop yesterday. There needs to be some type of restriction on the ability for people to drive around with weapons in their car. There need to be some type of penalty. If you get pulled over and you got a fucking gun in your car, something needs to happen to you. Not only that, since we have to go through all of these tests and all of that kind of stuff to get driver's license to drive a fucking motor vehicle, you should have to go to a test to own a goddamn gun. Everybody should have to have some type of permit or license to own a gun. The higher the caliber, the more extensive training you need to get your credentials to carry that weapon. And there is no reason that you should ride around with an AK-47 in the back of your fucking car. There is no reason for you to ride around with the AK-47. You don't hunt with that weapon, so you're out to shoot people. If you pull somebody over with a fucking AK-47 in their car, don't even ask them what that weapon is for, because it's there to kill somebody. That's what it's for. They're not going hunting. They're not going target practice. They're not going to some fucking costume party. They got that gun to kill another human. And there should be laws in this country to prevent that type of access to those type of weapons immediately. Immediately. Because Fox News have been allowed to scare the shit out of its constituents to the point to where they're just shooting at 6-year-old children. They're going into fucking schoolhouses, blowing that shit up. They're killing black people in Buffalo. They're going into churches and synagogues, just shooting that shit up. And these politicians ain't doing a damn thing about it. Joe Biden, if you really give a fuck about, write a fucking executive order. Fuck your goddamn career. While you're in there, do something about it. Write an executive order. Put a halt and a stop to these goddamn weapons on our street right now today. You can do that. I don't get, y'all worried about the politics and getting reelected. What about saving lives? Take a chance on fucking saving lives and write this executive order to ban assault weapons. Write an executive order requiring fucking people to have identity whenever they purchase guns. I literally walked into a pawn shop down here in Myrtle Beach, picked up a gun, held it in my hand. I said, well, I don't want this one. Let me see that one. And then let me see that one. And when I got to the 9mm I said, I want to buy this gun. He said to me, literally, let me hold your driver's license and fill out this form. And I'll be I got to go in the back and I'll be right back. He walked in the back. He stayed back there about 5 fucking minutes. And in 5 minutes, he came back, gave my license back. And he told me how much the gun costs, and I walked out the damn pawn shop. It was just that goddamn easy. I shouldn't have been able to buy no gun that fucking easy. That's ridiculous. Anybody can walk in and buy a fucking gun. And that's just bullshit. Now, I'm not stupid. Because I know that there's guns that are in possession of people today. And people need guns for home defense and all that kind of stuff, right? And some people need guns to live and eat. And that level of gun ownership, you know, I'm not going to speak against. Because you do need to defend your home. And you do need to, if you live in that area, you need long guns like rifles to hunt with. So I get that. But all this other shit, these Uzis and AKs and automatic, that shit is not even necessary. It's not necessary. There was no mass gun shootings whenever they had restriction on assault weapons in this country. And I think it was 94. That did not happen. You don't have no mass shootings in Australia or the UK. We're the only country in the fucking world that has this epidemic where you cannot walk out of your fucking house and go to a grocery store and know that you're going to come back home. We're the only fucking country on this face of this earth that has this fucking problem. And the reason that we have this problem is because these white fucking racist pieces of shit misinterprets the Second Amendment of the Constitution, and they pumped everybody's head up saying that they have a right to keep and bear arms when that ain't what the damn Second Amendment says at all. It says a well-regulated militia has the rights to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed upon. And the key word that they ignore is there is well-regulated. What does well-regulated mean? Well-regulated means you got to have rules. And they just ignore that goddamn part. Rules like fucking ID, like I'm talking about. Rules like restrictions and access, like I'm talking about. Well-regulated. It's in the goddamn Constitution, but there is no regulation on these damn guns in this country. None. That's why that lady, that transgender person was able to just blow the fucking schoolhouse doors out and walk in there and start killing kids. That's why the police officers in Uvalde, Texas, was scared to approach that person down there murdering kids while they stand in the hallways listening. The police are outgunned. We live in a sad state of affairs when you have police officers roll up on a scene and the person that is committing the crimes and the murders outgun the goddamn law enforcement. We had that, the shooter in the bank the other week, before he fucking got killed, he shot a police officer. I think he injured another one. Police officers getting killed, going to fucking work, and it ain't because of black people. It ain't because of a busted fucking tail light. No, they beat our ass. If you black and you in this country and you running into a police officer, you gonna get your ass whooped. And you're going to get some trumped up charges. But who the fuck they need to be worried about, right? Is these people that they run up on and they scared to go into the fucking classroom because they outgunned. They won't worry about that. But they'll worry about your black ass in a damn parking lot. There was this video that Dr. Richie, y'all know I watch him, from TYT that Dr. Richie played, where these high school students had ran out of gas in the parking lot. These two young boys and one of their friends was coming in to try to help his friend get gas and all that kind of shit. That police officer pulled that little black boy up out of that car and body slammed him for no goddamn reason. Well, the reason is because he had black skin. We all know that. But you won't see them run up on these motherfuckers with the AK-47s like that. But they'll choke the hell out of a black person. They'll beat the shit and taser the shit out of a black person. Right? That's why you got all the guns. That's why you got all the weapons. That's why you got all this military equipment in your arsenal. So you can run up on them people. But you don't. You spend your time chasing down black people, murdering black people, coming up with excuses why you done shot somebody that don't have a fucking weapon. And at the same time, you scared to go run up on somebody with a motherfucking gun. But that's what Fox News had done to this damn country. And that's why whenever they lost that $787 million, that should have opened some eyes and said, you probably need to stop listening to these motherfuckers. You probably should stop listening to Tucker Carlson because he's lying. That entire news organization got handed their ass in that lawsuit this week. $787 million? That is unheard of in a defamation lawsuit. $787 million fucking dollars. These people had to pay these people for lying. And they're on the hook and being sued for $2 billion from Smartmatic. I really wish they would have went to trial. Because I would have loved to have heard the testimony of Sean Hannity when he sat on that fucking bench and he had to tell you to your fucking face, I'm lying. I would have loved to seen Tucker Carlson testify and said, yes, I'm lying. We seen it in the text messages, but that wasn't good enough for me. I would have wanted to see him swear in under oath and tell stupid motherfuckers like ABC, I lied about COVID. I lied about horse medicine. I still can't get over that guy taking horse medicine. But anyway, I would have loved to see him swear in and testify. So that's where we at this week with Fox News losing the lawsuit, with black children and other young children getting shot because of Fox News. You know, I really wish that we lived in a country that was concentrated more on progressing the society when it comes to the sciences and the arts and just building up the society. But there's an enemy within. And that enemy comes from this fucking politics that we all participate in. Whether you want to or not, believe it, that you do participate in politics, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, because everybody got opinions and everybody makes decisions based off of those opinions. And when it comes to politics, they just force it in our faces, right? They force it in your faces because the fucking food prices raise, gas prices go up, and then you have to make a opinion and say, why the fuck is this? Why ain't I getting paid so much? And why is rent so fucking high? You know, so all of that's politics, right? And then you see it affect you whenever these mass shootings happen. And children start dying. All of that's politics. The NRA is one of the biggest lobbyists in Washington. And their propaganda combined with Fox News fucking propaganda, they're putting all of our lives at risk. Every one of us is at risk. You can walk outside tomorrow and run into somebody with a fucking gun that's having a bad day, or that has been programmed and indoctrinated by this propaganda network, Fox News. I mean, it's happening damn near every day now. And these lawmakers ain't doing a motherfucking thing about it. And that's what pisses me off when I look at politics in our community. Nobody wants to talk about actually making a change and participating in politics in a productive way. It's always something negative. It's always why you won't or why you can't, or what have they done for me lately, and all that kind of dumb shit. That's why, you know, we're politically ignorant as a fucking community. You can say whatever the fuck you want to. I think that I'm the blackest motherfucking man. I'm blacker than black, but whenever I start talking politics, people start questioning my authenticity. I was about like Marjorie Taylor Greene, ethnicity. But people start questioning my authenticity when I start speaking about the importance of participating in politics and changing the goddamn system. Because you've been programmed by these fucking charlatans on social media to think that somehow or another your participation in politics is a negative thing, right? That's what they tell you. Is that if you don't get something tangible or in your hand by participating in politics, then it's not worth your time. That is the dumbest fucking logic, especially in a country like we live in, that you could ever have. You're shooting yourself in the foot whenever people start saying that. They start saying like, these Democrats or your party that you're supporting. Well, I would never support the Republicans, ever. The Democrats that you're supporting, you're just throwing your vote away. That's stupid. Listen, your social media political agenda will never come to fruition. There is no politician that is ever going to go get elected to office and actually hand you any goddamn thing. That has never happened in the history of politics to their constituents, and it never will, right? But the thing that should interest you is the big ticket items that they're actually voting on. They are literally in Florida creating laws against black people because people voted a racist into office. Ron DeSantis is banning Black history in Florida. That's a fact. That politically happened. Across the country, libraries are closing because of this fake woke ideology that they are promoting. That is happening politically. Across the country, politically, they are restricting access to the ballot box for black people. Politically, that is happening. And at the same time, we have a voting pool that is either downplaying the importance of voting or withholding their participation. And so let's flip Florida on its ass, right? let's just say Ron DeSantis, I keep calling him Sanchez. DeSantis wasn't a extreme right Republican that was mad with Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck. Let's say that wasn't him, and you put a progressive Democrat as the governor of Florida. Don't you think that the environment would be kind of different? There wouldn't be no book bannings. There wouldn't be no bullshit going on where you're targeting black people and critical race theory and all this. That would not be happening, right? But because he is a racist extremist that hates Mickey Mouse, he is attacking who we are. And you feel that in North Carolina or in Virginia or in California. You feel that as a black American across the United States of America, whenever you get told that black college students can't learn black history, be taught black history in their AP classes. Well, high school students can't be taught black history in their AP classes. You feel that as an African American. That's how important participating in politics is. But for some reason, I don't know why, if it's ignorance or it's just stupidity or if it's just because people want to get attention. Black people started making Democrats the enemy too. I think it's because y'all copying white people. That's my core belief is the reason that black people demonize Democrats, because some fucking white person is doing it first. You've heard some white person make a point about how Democrats are evil, so you're repeating it. That's what I believe. So every time I hear that, I know the origins of it, but I can't debate that with you because I know where it comes from. You know, but you don't even see it. That you've been programmed and you like, oh, they're making a good point. They ain't never did nothing for black people. Right? And then you start repeating that bullshit. And that's how you wind up with fucking Fox News being able to fucking put all these fucking conspiracies out about politics, about they turn a fucking medical fucking pandemic into a political issue and killed millions of people in this goddamn country. Fucking sick. Sick in the fucking head. Because you put an idiot in the White House. Do y'all... The further we get away from fucking COVID, the further in our minds the effects and the death and the carnage that happened during that time, it becomes smaller and smaller. But that was a period where actually the demographics started changing because of fucking death rates in this country. I showed you a after action review, if you will, to where Republicans were dying at a higher rate because of the propaganda that they was getting fed about the vaccine. And that's all politics. That's all politics that did all of that. So where did I start at? Well, I'm done. I don't know where the hell I went tonight, but goddamn it, these Republicans pisses me off. I'm glad Fox News have lost, but the sad thing about Fox News is that they put a battery in the back of these people in this country that are shooting up, causing mass shootings, and we got children dying now because we got crazy people with guns, and the Republicans are not willing to do anything about it. Joe Biden, like I said, Joe Biden can change this fucking gun culture in this country today with an executive order. He can change it today. He's the fucking president of the United States. Fuck your damn political clout. Fuck your reputation politically. Nobody wants to see you run again. Let this be your last motherfucking damn time in office, but go out on a good note. Write an executive order. Ban fucking assault weapons. Get them off our goddamn streets. You can do that to fucking night. Put some regulations behind who owns guns, because it is stupid to just allow in and everybody to have a gun. You won't let in and everybody drive a damn car. If you cannot pass the goddamn DMV driver's test, you will not get your ass behind the steering wheel. You got to at least have enough sense to pass the goddamn test before they give your ass a driver's license. Because they know if you put a crazy person behind the wheel, they might go out there and kill some damn body. So if you can't pass the test, you're not getting a driver's license. We know guns kill people. So why the hell ain't they any type of requirements to be qualified to own a goddamn weapon? That is stupid. But anyway, I'm going to shut up and open the line. And guys, if y'all want to call in to the show, the number to call in is 717-908-1834. And the access code is 917-324. Give us a call. And I'll let you guys on the line. Y'all know how I do. Hey, what's up, Miss Elisa? How you doing tonight?
I'm doing okay, Tyrone. How about yourself?
I'm doing fine. You got
That's
anything to put
good.
out, sis?
Yeah, I was listening to everything that you were saying, and I agree with all of it. I mean, all of these shootings. We have a bunch of shootings every week, but it just seems like this week, other than the regular, mass shootings and going and kill up the children. There's so many shootings this week was just absolutely crazy. Like the cheerleaders that got shot up because they got in the wrong car. Remember I told you, I think it was last year, I was at the gas station and I got in the wrong car.
Mm-hmm.
I was so embarrassed. I told you about this car just like mine, same color, sunroof, leather interior, everything. They had their sunroof open halfway, and I got in the wrong car. And when I sat, my car was one pump over. When I sat down, I was like, wait a minute, why is my car seat red so far back? How did this happen? So as I'm reaching, to press the button so the seat could move up, my peripheral caught somebody was sitting in the back seat. And I'm sure that young man probably lost his lunch,
Mm-hmm.
and I screamed and got out. And then when everybody came, and some men came running, some people came running, and then when it was like, oh my God, are you okay? Okay. And I know the young man, because he was like a preteen, sitting in the back seat on his phone. And I know he lost his lunch, this woman, because I was getting in on the driver's side, like, what's wrong? Why the car, the seat, like. And then when they looked and I pointed to my car, everybody had a big laugh. I was extremely embarrassed, but everybody had a big laugh because it was the same car, parked at the same pump, but mine was run over. Sunroof open, the same color, interior, the same damn car. And I was able to get in. That's what's so crazy, because my stops shouldn't have, but I guess because he was inside, it wasn't locked. They just ran in. And everybody had a big laugh after it was all over and done with it. We went on about our business. And many people, everybody has walked up to, and said, that's what was so disturbing. Because I was talking about this with other people. They was like, well, everybody probably has done that, walk up to the wrong car. Some people have gotten inside the wrong car like I have. I saw this one white dude was like, he was in the house and he said black dude was on the phone, just walked in his house talking on the phone. And he looked up like, who the hell are you? And the black guy looked at him and got nervous. And he realized it's a townhouse situation. Talking on the phone, he went in the wrong house. Walked in the wrong house. And he was like, oh my God. He said, I'm over here to visit such and such. He said, oh, he's next door. He said they all had a very big laugh about it. The guy was so embarrassed. But nowadays, you knock on the wrong door, you pull the handle on the wrong car, you turn in the driveway. I mean, but you know one thing, like one of the stories that I have, the man who shot the young teenage boy, thank goodness he's recovering,
Yeah.
and they had a fabulous GoFund for him, for a nice start in life for his college and stuff. I can think of the black dude. Well, people say he ain't black, but uh, the real light skinned white looking dude that people say he's not black, that he's lying about him. I can't think of his
Oh,
name.
Sean King.
Fabulous, yeah, Sean King and them. Fabulous fundraise. They raised well over $1 million for this young man
Yeah,
to
I
help
thought it was
out with
at 3 million.
everything.
I think I seen 3 million. So they gave that
I
boy some
stopped
money.
I stopped. I threw something over in there. I stopped after it was like at 1.5 million. I stopped looking, but I mean that is just so wonderful. And the good thing about it wasn't just black people who put money in there. It was money people from all over the world put money over in there. So he's gonna have a nice start in life, and whatever he needs to help him while he's recuperating, because he's gonna need serious counseling and things like that. And I feel so bad for the young girl who lost her life in upper state New York, who was just turning this thing to turn around, and she got shot and killed.
Hmm.
Thank goodness that those cheerleaders, was that down in Texas, they got in the wrong car,
Yep.
that they look like they're going to have a full recovery. So that's a good, but but like one of the stories I have for the older man, I know they're going to use diminished capacity at his trial. I would if I was a lawyer, but nonetheless, I really have a lot of respect for his grandson. Who one of the articles that I sent you is with his grandson, some because he was doing a set of interviews, and I have a lot of respect. It takes a lot of courage to do that, to come out against your family. And he said that his grandfather got sucked down that wormhole, that MAGA foolishness, Fox News, racist, that whole foolishness that his grandfather got sucked down that during the time when a lot of people got sucked down that hole. And he said he knows that's why he did that day. He shot him because there was somebody black at the door. And it's not that he's not blaming his grandfather. He's saying his grandfather needs to be held accountable.
Hmm.
But he's also blaming Fox News, all the stuff that got these people all paranoid and just completely insane. And I respect him for coming out and speaking on that, because you need more people to come out and just tell the truth. You need more people to come out and tell the truth. And I just don't know where we're going. And like one of the articles, Joe Biden, I think he's going to announce next week that he's going to run again. I was hoping he would sit down. Joe Biden is too old to be running for another term. Trump looked like somebody, like a blow up orange doll. He looked half fool. And I mean, that will be the choices again. You know?
Yeah, that's just ridiculous. Both of those men, they need to just go ahead and pass the baton to a younger generation
Mm-hmm.
or somebody different, because I mean it's the same old with either one of them. Now I won't take Joe Biden's accomplishments away, because he have did some things. He actually governed. The Democrats have got some
Yeah,
stuff passed, but I mean,
I agree. I
it need
agree.
to be new blood up there. To address some of these issues that's not scared to, because gun violence is an epidemic in this country, and neither party
It's off
wants
the
to do
chain.
anything about it. Nobody wants to do anything about it. Somebody needs to take that hard stance and actually look at these white people in this country, because that's who it is, and say no, we're not going to allow all this death in this country. Somebody needs to take that stance.
It's that white fear. Now, I know in our community we have a lot of gun violence. Yes, we do. But our gun violence, and that's why something needs to be done about these guns on the street. But our gun violence, and I know a lot of people will not agree with me on this, but the gun violence in our community is different. I know people say gun violence is gun violence. Yes, it is. But other than I'm gonna remove this part of the femicide rate in our community. Okay, I'm gonna remove that just a little bit. The femicide rate. I'm not gonna discuss that because that goes in with the overall gun violence in America. The femicide rate, black women and all this killing and stuff. That goes in with that, and I'll be here all night on my soapbox as it relates to that. But the other gun violence, like the men killing one another, shooting up at the club, that's a little different than the gun violence that we see from the white community. And the Latino, I can't speak on, but I'm sure they have their share. I'm sure they have their share of gun violence. Our gun violence is a little. Our gun violence is a lot. They both is ignorance, stupidity, and not giving a damn about human life. It's the same on both sides. But our gun violence is different. As far as white people, they stockpile and got all these guns and stuff like that because of fear. And you have more of them now that has been whipped up in a frenzy. And anytime you shooting somebody because they turn down the wrong driver and they're making a U-turn, and you shooting them. Anytime you're doing things like that, and these crazy people, they head to the schools to shoot and kill the little children and stuff like that. Their gun violence is different, and the reason that they're stockpiling these guns, their reasons are different than ours. In our community, we'd be here all night discussing the evils in our community, the foolishness, the ignorance, and the trash culture. But put that aside for right now. They stockpiling all these guns, and the problem is too many of them don't want sensible gun laws, which is crazy because that puts them in danger too. You go to the Kmart and a disgruntled, mentally ill person come in with what you call a war weapon and shoot the whole place up. Their lives is in danger as well. Everybody's life is in danger until something can get done. But the good thing when they do the polls, as far as they said the majority, I'm not going to get into what the percentage is, but the majority of Americans, and that includes Republicans, Democrats, Independents, the majority of Americans want sensible gun laws. They want common sense gun laws. When they do the polls, the majority of Americans want gun laws. Sensible, common sense gun laws, which will get a lot of these guns off the street and those war weapons, which no one needs to have. But the problem is our elected officials on both sides of the aisle, both parties. They are beholden to their donors, these gun manufacturers, the NRA, and these other corporations and stuff like that. It's both sides. Both sides, the Republicans and the Democrats. The Republicans, theirs is a little different, a little more extra reasons on their side, but it's both sides of the aisle. When the majority of the citizens want sensible gun laws, common sense gun laws, and we can't seem to get it from anybody. We can't seem to get it. The Democrats push it through. You're not going to get it from the Republicans. We can't seem to get any type of thing from them when the majority of American citizens want stricter gun laws. And I was reading a poll, but not a poll. It was not a poll. It was some stats. Back when those war weapons were banned in the United States, now we always had mass shootings. But the difference when they were banned for a while, and then when they made them back legal again, the only difference that did, as far as like the shooting, the mass shooting, we had mass shootings, but after they legalized those weapons back into society, the mass shootings, the percentage went up. Although we always had mass shootings, the percentage went up. And this is the devastating part. At the mass shooting, you have more deaths and more injuries. once the war weapons were introduced back into society. You had a mass shooting, you had a mass shooting. So instead of three, four people, 2 people killed then, and maybe 10 hurt. Now you like the little kids in the schools and stuff. You have 10, 12 people killed and 50 hurt. You see what I'm saying? So the numbers went up, even more devastating. But I just don't see this country. People keep saying that if you try to take, because I heard a lot of black people say this, if you try to take their guns, these people are going to lose their lunch. I don't agree with that. And this is why. Because nobody's saying take their guns. No one is saying, I would like to take all the guns, but I know that's not, they can have mine too. I would like to see them all gone. And only special units with the police, like how they have in Britain with guns. But I don't think you'll see these cuckoo for people out shooting up, killing up in mass. And this is the reason why. Because I think that's something that the far right puts out, that people are going to lose it if you take their guns. No one's not talking about taking their guns. If the majority of the citizens, both Democrats, Republicans, and independent socialists, or whatever the hell you are, if the majority of the citizens are for common sense gun laws, then who all is going to be losing it so out in the street shooting up? I think that's a bunch of BS, and a lot of people think it's going to be that when it's not really going to be all of that. No one's saying take all the guns. Can we get some laws, some better laws, some stricter laws out here? And the majority of the people, that's what they want. But the politicians are corrupt. Both sides are corrupt. To the donors, one thing, like you had said some time ago, about the Constitution tear it up, maybe. But one thing that we need to do, as far as with elected officials, we need to rip up everything that there is and rewrite it, that they are not allowed to take donations from other than like regular people giving $1 or $2 or whatever. But as far as these PACs, these different special interest groups.
Yeah, that you're absolutely right, because that's what's corrupt in politics is they're
That's what got them corrupt.
They're beholden to the corporations and getting all that big old lobby money and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, that needs to be taken out of politics.
That needs to come to an end quick, fast, in a hurry, because they are not beholden. They are not representing the people who voted for them in their districts. They are representing the money that they get to help keep them in office. That is something that needs to go away. You can do fundraisers and different things like that. Nobody comes to the fundraisers is allowed to donate over $20. And whatever you get, you got to, and you can make that work. But all of these corporations, these PACs, these special interest groups, and these people are lobbying, that needs to come to a complete end. And the politicians should be the people can make them do it. The people can. Beholden to those who voted you in office, their needs. That is who you should be beholden to, your constituents. But the way it is now, they're not. They tell you all this crap they're going to do when they run for office, and when they get in there, to hell with the constituents. It's about the money and the donor money. That's what it's about. And that's both sides of the aisle. Both sides.
Yeah, it is. It's just nowadays the Republicans are being more blatant with it. Look at George Santos.
Yeah.
That guy literally lied to get into office. He literally lied. And now that he in there, and he got, I don't know where his money is coming from, but somebody's paying him. He ain't trying to leave because so much money. And stupid ass Marjorie Taylor Greene, she in there, and that's the dumbest freaking congressperson that I've ever seen. That lady is so freaking dumb, disrespectful to the military, and just ratchet. and she's not going nowhere because, of course, the corporations is probably paying her to pass legislation and all that kind
Mm-hmm.
of stuff. So they're all
And
corrupt.
these packs and the gun manufacturers and the NRA, they keep it. They're beholden. That's who they're beholden to, not to the people. Not beholden to the people. If that's what's so stupid, when you see people voting against their better interests, these people aren't going to do anything for you. Y'all elect these people from these different districts. Once they get in there, they get their PAC money and this, that. They bye in a sense, they say bye. They wave to you once they get in there. They're not thinking about nothing to do with you anymore, about their money. That's what it's about. And it's both sides. Both sides. Sad to say, both sides. That's something that only, but if they keep the people so bogged down in racism, they keep the people so bogged down in fear. It works, like you said. They was able to take a pandemic
Yep.
and made it political. If you can do that, something that's killing people, and people know people who died, and they still said they just trying to control us. Yeah, my aunt, my cousin over there, they dead, but they trying to control. If they could take a pandemic, something that's killing people, and turn it political, and got people acting the fool where they don't even want to put on a mask to go in the South. Tyrone, it's good. They're good.
Yeah, I mean the
They
power
are
behind
good.
that the right wing media. I mean, there's nothing else like it. I mean, I don't know how they're doing it, and I don't. What really confuses me is the kind of people that falls for it. I don't understand the mindset of somebody that would fall for that, um,
Yeah.
and continue to hold on to it. Just like I ain't picking on him or nothing, but I think, I understand Sarge, right? But I don't understand what would keep somebody like him tied to those ideas. I can't understand that. I don't understand that about a human or ABC. ABC are all right person. He's stupid, but what keeps that type of person tied to those lies, tied to those conspiracies, and will argue with you about those conspiracies? I don't. They just lost all kind of common sense. I don't get it.
It has lost all kind of common sense. Because keeping it on the pandemic, it's not like that was something brand new. You see what I'm saying? Like they was like, oh my God, there's something called a pandemic that's out here and it's gonna kill people. People go, well, what is a pandemic? It's not as if it was something new, something unheard of. Countries and stuff have endemics and epidemics and stuff going on all across the planet all the time.
Well, yeah, see,
And we've
because we
had
had
them.
we had the Ebola, we had the swine flu, we had the bird flu, and
Yeah,
we had other type of
thank
pandemics.
you.
So I mean, I don't know why this was
Yeah.
any different in their mind besides fucking Fox News.
And it's because it wasn't anything new or unheard of. And everybody became scientists and doctors, and it was saying they lying. I'm gonna go out here and I'm gonna do this, and then they begging from the hospital bed. And you're right, they did change the voting trajectory. I mean, it was because the people was like, well, maybe enough of them would die off, and we don't have to. And it was like, yeah, but that did happen
Mm-hmm.
because when they went around, and they did the numbers and different things in different areas. They changed that foolishness, changed the voting trajectory. They people who could have been voting for them was still dead. That's some scary stuff. But I got to tell you, they did that. It's amazing how you could take common sense people and tell them there ain't no such thing as no pandemic.
Yeah.
They learn to y'all. That's why I love that movie. What was it called? With Leonardo DiCaprio, Don't Look Up.
Yeah.
And it was funny parts to it. You laugh, and they was telling the people, asteroid coming, just don't look up, and then you don't have to. And as ridiculous as that was, The same thing was happening. They told you it wasn't no pandemic. It's not gonna kill you. It's a cold, and people will drop it like flies. But they did that. Tyrone, I got to admit they did that though.
Yeah, I mean, like one of the first people, and I ain't gonna say that he was the first, but when Herman Cain got sick, I thought that people would like wake up and say, okay, well, this thing is serious. But they just ignored
Yeah.
that. They just ignored that man's death and the reason that he died, and they just went on with the BS. I was like, wow, this is these people are sick, and from there it just went
I would have
straight
thought
down.
got crazy and crazy. And I would have thought that more black people when Herman Cain died, and you had people, and they were making fun and showing pictures of him dancing in the stands at Trump rally. I said, so maybe people will see how stupid he looked. You know, people, because they was even dancing. And people was playing like fiddles in the background, you know, do like Texas music in the background, banjo music. And I said, well, more and more black people can see how stupid Herman Cain looked and that he is dead. And all of the memes that was like, yeah, I stupid, I dead. All those Herman Cain memes, it did no good. Some black people were still, well, that's him. It still is not real. I don't know.
Yeah, I
I
mean
just
that
never
was an
thought I
indication to
would.
me that that they was in trouble because I mean that is clear evidence that you can't mess around with this new virus out there and it's deadly. To me, that was evidence that it could kill you. It didn't kill everybody, but if you happen to be in that category to where you was vulnerable, it would
Wouldn't
be
believe it.
deadly. You know, so I don't know.
Well,
I don't know what what got these people in the mindset of thinking that they could take horse medicine or whatever. It was just I don't
no,
know.
but the thing is, it didn't kill everybody, but it killed a lot.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
A lot
Whenever
of people
whenever
died.
whenever they started putting those refrigerator trucks in New York and other states and they literally dug mass graves in New York. And it was done with dignity, but they had to actually bury a lot of people on top of a lot of people because they was dying. The freaking medical workers was exhausted. It was crazy. I don't know. It was almost like a horror
It
movie.
was it was, it was a horror movie. And did you see that video when they were bringing in the refrigerator trucks, like you said, in New York? And there was a black dude. I guess he was walking past wherever it was. They had the refrigerator trucks, and they was moving the bodies and stuff. Because here in our state, they used one of the ice skating rinks.
Mm.
And when the Morris Festival, it was used, I think, a couple of ice skating rinks they were using to put the bodies in. But anyway, back to the video. And a black dude, he was like, "Oh my God, guys, this shit is," he was, excuse my language, he was going, I just have to say it how he was saying it. "This shit is real. It's real." And he started crying. And he was going, "Y'all stop acting stupid. This is real." And he was showing the videos of the refrigerated trucks and them load them up with their body bags. And people laughed at that. I just said, we in bad shape.
Oh
Because
yeah.
that thing, my eyes was tearing up looking at him, and he's trying to show the people. And when they said, I forget which ice skating rink, not too far, it's over in the next county that the governor, they had that, well, okay, you couldn't, we was all up to the quarantine and stuff, but when nobody going ice skating, they had designated certain places for to refrigerate the bodies. And it was just like, it was like the Twilight Zone. It was like we living in the Twilight Zone.
Yeah,
And I just thought that the
I thought another eye opener would be when Donald Trump got sick. And whenever he had to go to the hospital and whenever he showed up, you can tell he was sick. But
yeah.
whenever they would started saying, okay, well, we had to give the president this special treatment so we could save his life. I thought that would be an eye opener, but I mean, he didn't help nothing. So I, I don't know.
But you know what?
Mhm.
You know what would have been a better eye opener when Donald Trump got sick? I'm not gonna say anymore because we don't want channel taken down. But
Well,
you
yeah,
know what? That better.
they probably wouldn't have believed that either.
That's what I was getting ready to say. They would have just said, "Oh, he had a heart attack," or turn him into some type of a martyr. And they were punishing people online if you came out and said what would be the better idea. And I had got booted off of was it Facebook for like a week. I didn't. I didn't wish death, but somebody else was wishing it, and I clicked somebody I know, and I clicked like, and everybody on that post got what was it
Like
got
Facebook
suspended
jail.
on Facebook. Yeah, that's what Facebook. I didn't say a word, but because it how the person had worded it, it was like I don't MNF them, MNF this is the more F them. I hope that blah 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 blank blank blank. It was funny.
Mm.
I clicked the laugh emoji. All of us got put in Facebook jail because they had said that it was going to be no wishing harm or no wishing, but people did it anyway, you know.
Mm.
But everybody, I think it was about 50 of us was over there, and we all got put in Facebook jail for a week. And the person who put up is a guy I went to not well. I live in a neighborhood. I didn't go to high school. He went to the high school around in our area. White dude, he was crazy as he was crazy as I don't know what. And he was like, I don't give a blankety blank blank blank. I hope that Sienna looking blankety blank blank blank. And we all clicked likes on that, and people was laughing. He got put in Facebook jail, I think, for about a month or so, 90 days. All of us for clicking like on it got a week. It was funny.
Yeah, but even still, no
So
matter how much death, they ain't nobody really. I mean, that side anyway. They really didn't. They still don't get it to this day. They still, as a matter of fact, it goes all the way up the chain to the politicians and those type of influencers are still pushing this conspiracy about that stuff.
yeah, about this. I don't even want to talk about that no more because that was an awful time.
Yeah.
But that would have been a good test to see with somebody that we're not going to say.
Yeah.
Julius, when Julius got sick, I would have been curious if that had happened to Julius. Would the people had
No, they still would have been the same. I mean, they really would have been the same. And that's what trips me out is I don't know how they got like that mentally. I don't get it. I'm living through something that I don't understand, but I'm curious at the same time to know how humans, the mind, could actually get to that cult-like state to where you're just illogical all the damn time. I don't understand that.
well,
But
we saw it firsthand.
it kind of explains history on how a lot of people were persuaded to do certain things in history because I don't know, this mass
Yeah,
programming is a thing. Uh, we
it's
witnessing it.
yeah. But because when people say like you go back to Nazi Germany, and they say, I don't see how all those people could have sat back and not said or not did anything and act like they didn't know. A lot of them said they didn't know. You're lying. They didn't know all of that had happened. And how could a whole country just sit back and let that happen? Now we know.
Yeah.
When people get bogged down with conspiracy and with propaganda, you can get them to do anything. That's how it happened. We saw firsthand. That's how it happened.
Yep. And the sad thing is that I don't even know if they realize they in that mindset. I mean, literally talking to Sarge, I really don't think that he understands what is coming out of his mouth is stupid. I don't think that he does. But he's a good guy. I mean, he got common sense and everything. But whenever he start talking about this stuff, he just goes somewhere else. And I'm like, wow, you really got some problems, you know.
You just really believe in that. But so how you feel about Joe Biden talking about how you really feel about that?
What, running
ready
again?
to
No, he don't
announce
need to
it.
run again. He need to go sit down somewhere uh for running. But look, you got a story about this dude that everybody talking about on social media. Jonathan
Who?
Majors.
Oh, you want me to read it?
Yeah, do that story.
Yeah. Okay.
Because
Let me gotta
the
grab my
manosphere is
glasses.
fired up again, I guess.
Yeah, but you know, it don't take much to fire them insults up. I have been following it, but you know what? I am actually forgotten. I only put this up because everybody's talking about it, so we should too. I guess just a little bit. But okay. New details emerged in the Johnson Majors domestic dispute case, reportedly facing more abuse allegations. The Marvel actor's lawyer found new court documents relating to the case, while the Manhattan District Attorney investigation may take a surprising turn. As Jonathan Major continues to deal with the career fallout from his arrest as for assault and harassment, more details about the incident and the Manhattan DA's investigation are emerging. Variety reports that multiple alleged abuse victims of Majors have come forward following his March arrest and are cooperating the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. If true, this would change the perception of the case, as Major's lawyers have been adamant about his innocence from the moment he was arrested. According to TMZ, on Wednesday, the Creed three-star attorneys, I'm gonna butcher her name, Caldry, I'll just say the last name, Caldry, filed documents informing the court the driver witnessed the incident between Marvel actor and his now ex-girlfriend. Majors is also saying that the driver will testify he never struck the alleged victim in any way at any time or even raised his voice. The actor and his lawyer added that the driver saw her hitting, scratching, and attacking Jonathan, and that Jonathan asked the driver to stop the car so he could escape her attack, which he did. Chandri also says the woman claimed that she suffered a broken finger is a complete lie because they have security video of her at a nightclub shortly after the alleged attack. In the documents, the lawyer also says body cam footage shows police clearly coaching her to say that Mr. Majors grabbed her by the throat. In a statement to CNN, Chaudhry also stated the following. Majors was arrested in Manhattan on March 25th on the charge of assault and harassment and what the NYPD called domestic dispute with a 30-year-old woman. The victim sustained minor injuries to her head and neck and was removed to an area hospital in stable condition. The police said in a statement that at the time of the arrest, the Lovecraft Country star is scheduled to return to court on May 8th. But in the meantime, his career has suffered multiple setbacks. He was recently dropped by his management and PR team and was also removed from the movie adaptation of Walter Mosley's novel, The Man in the Basement, starring opposite William Dafoe, a forthcoming Otis Redding biopic. I hope they do make that, whether he in it or not. And an MLB, I hope they make both those movies because those are very interesting. I don't care if he's in it or not. And an MLB ad campaign for the Texas Rangers. Like many domestic violence cases involving public figures, this is bound to get messier and more complicated before any resolution is reached. When he first got arrested, I just thought it was going to be him and his little girlfriend. Him and his girlfriend had a cat fight back of a taxi in New York. And like they said, when the police show up and there's a she mess going on and they see bruises or something on somebody, then somebody's that's what they have. They're gonna arrest you. That's the protocol. They all fight it out in court with the district attorney bringing that's their protocol in New York. Probably in a lot of other states. But His lawyer was coming out and saying they got all this undisputable truth of videos that will prove his innocence. We got this, we got that, we got this, that, and the third. And I was like, okay, well, yeah, she probably just mad because he was talking, chatting with another woman, and the score. But we got this and we got this and they're driving and she recanted. You can't go by people recanting that. Not talking about her, but usually I'm not talking whether this woman is abused victim. I don't know. I'm not speaking about her, but people who are women or even men or children who are abused victims, they will recant. They will lie. So you can't go by, oh, well, she recanted. That's the last thing you can go by. So that means nothing. But they claimed that they had all of this, the video of her attacking him, and this and that, and they have presented all of that to the DA, and this is gonna be thrown out, he's gonna be proven innocent, without a doubt, without a this and that. But then, like 2 days later, the district attorney and them, they filed charges anyway. Okay, well, I wonder if they showed them all of this. We got this, that, and the third. We got her recanting, and then the text messages. A lot of people kind of got that mixed up. They were saying that his lawyer released those text messages. No, she didn't. Person that works through her office, whether the PR people, somebody, they released those text messages. But I guess the lawyer probably was cool with it. The fact that it was released. That made it look worse. Only thing text message is verified. Oh, they did have some type of a fight in a tussle. And she said something about, she told them that was because she was passed out. And geez, what all went on? That releasing those text messages made it worse. But we have video, and it's going to show this, and the cab driver's going to testify. She said she made it up to die. We got all this, that, and third. I have kind of forgotten about it. I wasn't thinking about it anymore. Then the next thing you kept hearing this movie, and I know he's supposed to be doing a movie, supposed to be doing something pre-production with Will Smith, Will Smith movie coming up pretty soon. Then read that, well, they pushing that back just a little bit. Then you kept hearing about, well, they're going to push this back. Then the next thing, oh, he's being dropped from this, dropped from that, dropped from this, dropped from that. Oh, his management team dropped him. And then people were poised to make millions off of Jonathan Majors. This happened, that happened. Okay, then the lawyer came out. Oh, we got this and we got the video. And we're gonna prove without a doubt this, that. Okay, well, y'all go ahead and prove it here now. Y'all didn't show that to the district. And people was like, well, they not supposed to show it to the public. Well, they released the text messages that made it worse. We got this, we got that, we got. Okay, well, y'all go ahead, prove it. Get them charges dropped. Yeah, we going to show this, then something else happened. Oh, we got this, we got that. Here's a picture of her that was up in the club, and her being, what does that prove anything? She went to the club afterwards, okay, the next day or whatever it was. But we got this in the driver's seat. Oh, but there's some other women coming out saying about they're going to test, they can work and help her with this. All of this stuff y'all got, pull it out, use it, get the charges dropped. Tyrone, I don't know what to think about this. But one thing that I wish that our community would start doing, however this turns out, one thing that I wish our community would start doing, well, what about Ezra Miller? What about this? What about that? Look how they treat. What about them? If they did some stuff, then they need to be handled. Right? If he did this, then whatever's going to happen, if it's some kind of misdemeanor, whatever this is, it is what it is. But these companies were poised to make millions off of Jonathan Majors. And I'm sure that couldn't have been an easy decision to just drop. Do they know something we don't know? I was hoping for a long time that it's not true. Where them videos? Because I've been commenting that all week. Where we got it? We got this, and we got. Well, y'all did y'all show it to the DA and the district attorney, the assistant district attorney, and the people who was handling the case? We got this, and we got. But they still moving forward, and people are coming out. And she was at the club. So what? This text message said it's a so what? Where's all this undisputable truth, videos and stuff that y'all claim that y'all have? I don't know what to think, Tyrone. I'm not like a big fan of his, but I'm not a fan of his. I hope he get it worked out, whatever it is. I don't know if he will be able to get it worked out, but all this stuff that they claim that they have, I don't know.
Well, I'm on TMZ right now, and if you guys look at the screen, I can share what they got. But what my opinion is, well, first he was dating a white woman. I guess they were trying to keep her identity secret, but these pictures clearly show a white woman. And if what the reporting, if what Lisa just read about the police telling her to say these kind of things, then that's jacked up.
No, his lawyer is saying we got video of the police trying to coerce her.
Yeah.
I don't know how to trust what his lawyer is saying.
Well, I'm saying if that is true, then that's jacked up. You know, if what his lawyer is saying is true, then that's messed up. But on the other hand, if you do some more digging on this guy, you can see other people that knew him say that he has attitude and he's kind of bougie and all that kind of stuff, and he throws temper tantrums. So I don't know where to fall at.
He's a sociopath. I don't know where far it is, Tyrone. Other people say he was a sociopath. I don't know.
I don't know where to fall at on this, but I can share these pictures with you guys. And they're on YouTube now. So this is the club scene that TMZ got. They got a circle around this person right here, and that's that right hand that she's reaching for a drink or something there on this picture. And the next picture shows her at the bar with her right hand again. They got an error there, and this is supposed to be after the altercation. And here's another picture of her at the bar. And this is a picture of her at the bar right there. There's her right hand again. And there's her right hand.
Does that prove?
Huh?
Tyrone, what does that prove, though?
She said that she broke her finger, right?
Yeah, she said she broke her finger. It could have just been a sprain. But her being out, she could have, said, yeah, you broke my finger, but it probably was a sprain or, a little sprain, some clothes. But her being at the club the next night or the next day or whenever that was.
Well, it was that same night. It was that same night after the altercation.
I thought they said it was the next day.
Oh. Well, I'm just following up. I'm just following up on these pictures or whatever. And this is what
what does that prove?
Well, they saying that her claims is false because she don't look injured. They say she had bruises on her face.
And on her neck, the people, the police and the doctors and them said she had choke marks on her neck.
Yeah. And I can't see any of that in these pictures. And this is what else TMZ got. They just got a little snapshot of a body cam right here, right? So they don't actually let you hear the audio. So I'm like, okay, so y'all said y'all got an audio. So where is the audio of the body cam? And they don't have that. So it raises a lot of questions. It raises a lot of questions. It raises a lot of questions on both sides, whether he did it or did not do it. I want to see what happens in the court and what kind of evidence they actually put up and not just say that they got
what they got.
Yeah, because this don't prove nothing like you're saying. So, but and to be honest with you, I hope that he don't get caught. I hope that he don't get caught up in any of this stuff because I mean he's had a pretty good career. But if he's guilty, it just sucks,
But you know what? her going to the club the same night or the next night or whenever night. Yeah, some years ago, I think we were all about. We was all about. I don't know, 20 something. Back when I used to club. I don't club or anything anymore. But I haven't clubbed in years. But back when we used to club, I think like early to mid 20s, probably we was in our mid 20s. One of my close girlfriends that was part of our group, she got into a fight with her boyfriend. He went a little overboard. She kind of got beat up. Not bad. I shouldn't say not bad because I wasn't the one that got beat up. But you know what I mean? Wasn't no broken bones and broken jaw. Just he went overboard. And she had to get herself together. The next day we said in order to cheer her up, let's go out.
Mm.
And we all went out and had drinks and everything to cheer her up. So this girl going out the next day or the same day, whatever, that proves nothing.
No, it don't
And
prove her innocent. It don't. It don't prove his. It don't prove his innocence. But I'm just saying this is what TMG and I guess their lawyer is putting forward, saying that her claims can't be true. But at the same time, there's a whole lot of rumors, and like you just said, there's other allegations of people coming out saying that he's did things to them. So I don't know, but I just hope this guy,
I hope whatever it is, they can get it. They can. His lawyer and them said back when this time that they got a video of him in the cab, and she attacked him. He didn't attack her.
But yeah, that's what the cab driver said. The cab driver said that. The cab driver said that.
That's what said. The cab driver said.
Well, I think the driver said that she said something about she looked at his phone and she seen that he was getting a text from another girl, and she started trying to grab his phone, and from there I guess they got in a back and forth. So that's what the driver said. And one.
That's what they said. That's what they said. The driver said. We haven't seen any of that where the driver gave his. I'm not a lawyer. I don't work in court, so there's a term when you go in and you give a statement and they take it, put it down on the record. That's what they saying. The driver said, and they're saying that they have a video footage from the taxi where she was fighting him, and that it was not. Well, I mean, and then people's like, well, they can't release they released the text messages that made it look worse. They released those pictures there. That means absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
If she was fighting him in the taxi, people need to see that. Well, I don't know. All I know is that these companies, especially his management, the company that was managing him, they were poised to make millions off of him.
Well, see,
and people say
this is where I'm going to sound like a conspiracy. This is where I'm going to sound like a conspiracy because this guy was on a rise and he was going to be very popular. And, it is another black man and a white woman situation. And now it's an accusation. So this is going to hurt this guy. So I don't know. I didn't know nothing about. I didn't really know much about him before this right here. But now that they're saying that now that they're saying everything that he's been in, I'm like, wow, this guy was, on a rocket to the top. So I don't know if this is one of them things. I don't know if this is one of them things to demonize black men or whatever, but something is going on.
No, Tyrone, don't go there. Don't go there. Well, they were poised to make millions off this dude.
Yeah.
So, I was talking about this with some people today. But why would they? People's like, they're trying to take Jonathan Majors out. They're trying to take down a good black man. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe. But the question is, why though?
Yeah. I don't know. That's why I called it a conspiracy because there's no proof behind no claim like that.
He has no power. He wasn't about to change the trajectory of the United States and the thinking of all people. He has no power. He's collecting a check, albeit a much larger checks than most, but he has no power. He's working just like the rest of us. Why are they trying to take him out? And some people say because you can only have like one or two that can just, that's not true. Why? It's this concerted effort to take down this man who a lot of people really don't know him yet.
Yeah.
Why? If Hollywood wanted him gone, wouldn't it be easier for the top people to make a couple of phone calls? He's dead in the water, Tyrone. They ain't got to go through all this.
Yeah, that's
This
why
is
I'm
so
I'm
much.
more prone I'm more prone to believe that he's just one of these rich people with an attitude and bougie and all that kind of stuff.
But he might not. The girl could be over exaggerated what happened.
Well, I'm not saying that he hurt this child. I'm just saying that people have seen him in a light to where it's not good, and that they're coming out saying off camera this guy is he's kind of mean.
He's mean, and some people from back in his NYU days were saying that he's sociopath.
Mm-hmm.
But my thing is, when our community starts, this is the concerted hit. There they go. You go, who's they? They doing it. They just trying to take it down because he was about to make it to the top. And when you ask to the top and do what? Make movies? Why? If they wanted, don't ever think that if Hollywood somebody blackballing, we'll just call it blackballing. That's what happened to Janet Jackson after the Super Bowl incident with her and Justin Timberlake. It was a concerted effort. There's many articles and everything written. It was one man who was leading charge in that concerted effort to blackball and tear her down. And he did everything behind the scenes. Did not have her music player. What did she do? She left the country, married a billionaire, laid low, and then came back and regained her legendary status. It was a concerted effort. So that does happen. But you have to jump through all these hoops, like police and police coercion, a white woman line, and then you lining up all these people. It has been done. Look at Cosby, look at all them women. But he is relatively, he's not a Denzel, not Chad. He's not an Idris Elba, not Chad. Not a Will Smith. He's not any but Samuel L. Jackson. He's on the trajectory.
Mm-hmm.
If things worked out to being that. All it takes is a few phone calls before he starts signing deals to get him gone. You don't have to go through all of this. So people need to use a little bit of common sense. If they wanted him gone, they could have had him gone, and we wouldn't have even known that he had ever arrived. And I don't see why people don't look at it that way. Why, if they trying to take him down, why?
Well, let me ask you: Do you think he did anything to that girl? Or you don't know?
If I had to guess, and knowing how couples are, and knowing how people, he probably slap her up. They probably had a slap fight. You know what I'm talking about?
But yeah, they probably got in this altercation. Yeah.
They had a tussle. I think they had a slap up. They got into a push and tug and a snatching, probably in a taxi. And that happened. She probably was swinging first, and he trying to hold her back. She probably got slapped, and he probably got slapped. You see what I'm saying? That's what I think. I don't know enough. If I had to guess, not like Chris Brown, Rihanna, where he beat the
Rihanna, that was terrible. Yeah.
Yeah, but this, I think it was a slap up, a tussle up, and she probably was hitting at her, and he might have grabbed her neck, pushed her off him. If I had to guess, it was that. And it's where we are right now. That's my guess, is that it was. That's what it was. But why? What conspiracy? People with all this conspiracy. If they wanted him gone, he'd have been gone. We never would have heard of him. You got about 1,000 black men. I don't know how Jonathan Majors is, 30 something or whatever. You got 1,000 black, beautiful, handsome, good looking black men that I can name some. Then I'm going to marry one that would love to take his place. That's standing in the wings to get his to get the. So I mean, they don't have to be beholden to him. So
Yeah,
why
I just
though?
said that because I
Why?
seen people saying it, but I don't think nobody trying to take him down. Like I said, it probably a
No.
disagreement, and I guess she called the police, and that's the worst. I don't know what kind of relationship you you in whenever you get a disagreement like that where you calling the
You calling
cops.
the police? You calling the police and stuff?
Yeah,
I've never been there with any. When I was younger, like a teenage, I got into a tussle up, you know, and a tussle up, and you windmilling. They try, when you young and dumb. And I think that's what happened. I would never get involved in anything like that. I'm grown too old for that now. But you know what I mean by you get into a tussle up. That's what I call it. A tussle up. Nobody's beating anybody. You just got into a tussle up with the woman swinging and trying to slap you, and you trying to keep her off of you, and then she's slapping and hitting. Sometimes some people might even bite somebody. I don't see how you get that far, but they do. And then he grab her by the neck, get on me, stop, and is slapping. I think that's what that was that went on, and it's where we are right now. But as far as him jumping on her, beating her, choking her till she passed out, I don't know about all that. I just think it was a tussle up that a lot of couples, some of my
but I mean,
closest friends.
it's going to be really damaging for him because a lot of people don't let him
Hmm.
go and all that kind of stuff. And I hope that he can recover from it. And if he is that type of person, I just hope he changes ways and realize how fortunate he is to be where he's at.
Yeah,
And make something good out of it.
and try to do something. But as far as him jumping on this woman and beating her down and choking her till she passed out, no, I don't think that. I think it was a couple. They got hung up in a tussle up, and it turned into this. And because of New York laws, they're gonna take somebody in. That's protocol. If they see a bruise or a choke up on somebody, even though it wasn't even all that, they're gonna take somebody in. That's New York's law. And I think he's caught up in this. Now, do I think he's probably mean? He got issues, and like they say, he's a sociopath. He don't know how to treat people. A lot of people are like that.
Yeah,
Excuse
a
me,
lot
he
of rich
probably is
people,
like
a
that.
lot of those guys are like that. They got this
Yeah,
snobby type behavior,
yeah.
especially because they got
So
money.
I think, yeah. So he's probably like that. And then I saw pictures when he was, um, and they was he because people were saying that. Well, you have to see the pictures of what he looked like. He didn't always look like he looked all right. I don't see where he's all at, but how he looks now, that's not the Jonathan Majors how he looked some years ago.
Well, what was he in a dress or
And
something?
I see no,
Oh,
no. I'm gonna send you that picture, Tyrone, because I can't think of her name. Wait a minute, let me pull this up, and I'll send you the picture. Let me see, Jonathan. And I was like, oh, okay, Jonathan Majors. Because he wasn't always like beefy. He didn't always look like that. And how he really looked,
mhm.
a lot of women wouldn't have been checking for him. Maybe some of the white girls would have been checking for him. But this is, okay, I'm about to send it to you. And a lot of women wouldn't have been checking for Jonathan Majors. And when I see Jonathan Majors, wait a minute, I gotta copy the picture. I found it. And I had to laugh a little bit when I saw that little picture of him. That wasn't that long ago that this picture, I was like, oh, that's what they mean by that the women wasn't checking for Jonathan Majors. Hold on. Let me see. Okay, I sent you the picture. You see it? I
Yeah.
sent it in the DM. And I was
Oh,
like, oh. I was like, oh, so now I see why there wasn't nobody checking for him. And it kind of made me laugh, that little picture when I saw him. And I was like, oh no, the women wasn't checking for Jonathan Majors.
Oh yeah.
So what the Jonathan Majors,
Yeah,
you
he
see what
looked
I'm
different.
saying?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely
so and let me
definitely look
send you this
different now.
picture. Hold on.
I guess he just swole up
Yeah,
now,
and
huh?
I think maybe it's the steroid, maybe it's the steroids alleged could be. And he started working out. And you see the other picture that I sent? This is what he really looks like. So I mean,
Oh
and
yeah.
I'm not making fun of nobody. I'm not. But when they was like, but the women, that's why he dated white women because black women wasn't checking for him. And I was like, well, I wonder why black women wasn't checking for him. And then when people were showing the pictures, they was like, you see why black women wasn't checking for him, and that only the Beckys were. And when I saw those pictures, I was like, oh, okay. I probably not a lot of the Beckys were checking for him either.
Well,
But
I'm gonna show y'all on YouTube. So there's one of them. That's one of the pictures.
you
And
can put them up on YouTube. I don't see them yet, Tyrone. I got to set the channel. Yeah.
that's the other one.
Oh, make it bigger.
But I can't make
And it
that
was like,
that small one is
but
small. I can't make that one bigger.
he
But
was all
the
nice,
second one is big.
and he was skinny, and it's like,
Well, yeah,
oh,
he did
okay, I
something.
see.
He did some steroids or something. Something went on there. So I don't know.
Yeah, he got it.
Cause he's swole
And
now.
I thought people was just he's slow, and I thought people was just joking about that. Well, nah, wasn't nobody checking for Jonathan. Let me see if I can get that other picture, the skinny picture, a bigger picture, a bigger picture. I think, wait a minute. Somebody said this one is somebody made into a meme
Well, yeah, he got all
before.
kinds of muscles and guns and all that kind of stuff now.
So, and that's not. When I saw that, I was like, oh, okay, I see what people are saying. There wasn't nobody. We really checking for Jonathan Majors back in the day because he's new. He's new to a lot of people. A lot of people they don't really know who this dude is. So
Mm-hmm.
that's why we gotta wait with the wait and see what it is. And I don't think that he jumped on nobody and just beat a woman up and choked her out. I don't think that was it. I just think that it was, like I said, a tussle up that got out of hand. And I'm trying to find a bigger picture of the one. You just type in Jonathan Majors Slim. Type in Slim. Jonathan Majors Slim. And
Slim.
then pictures will come up. Yes, Slim. Because when you just type him in, you see the pictures after his
Oh yeah, I
transformation.
see.
Just
I see.
type type in Slim. Jonathan Majors Slim. Yes. And then they will start to come up. You scroll up. Hey, you
Well, I
there?
don't know
There the
what this
picture
one
is.
is.
No, not right. No, that's after he started putting on the weight. But them other pictures keep going. Not that one. You got to keep going. They will come up. Not that.
You see that
Keep
one in the
going. You
red,
can put it.
the red and green, the red and green or whatever that is.
Yeah, and
This one
he
is.
really did a transformation. He really did
Well,
with
yeah,
looks
he must have
and
did the same
body.
thing that Will Smith did because you remember Will Smith was the skinny dude, and then whenever he did Muhammad Ali, Will Smith blew up.
But you remember, but when Will Smith was skinny, but when Will Smith was at his skinniest, he was young too.
Mm-hmm.
There it is. That's the picture.
Yeah.
Will Smith was young. He was young too. But yeah. So Jonathan Majors he did a transformation out this world. And and I thought the incels was just they was like, what nobody check black women was not checking for Jonathan Majors.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, the ladies like him now, why wouldn't they check for Jonathan Majors? And then some people started sharing some pictures back, before whatever he did to bulk up.
Yeah.
And oh, okay. I see why nobody wasn't checking for him. Not that there's anything wrong with being slim, just not. But so yeah, that's what I think happened. Maybe he might be able to salvage something. Who knows? And if his lawyers is telling the truth, and they have a video where the woman attacked him, if they have video footage of the police trying to coerce the woman, if the driver of the cab, they got all this stuff with him saying all of this and that, then they should have no problem. They should have been able to get this charges dropped by now.
Yeah, that's why I like
If
to
they
wait for
got all
all
of
the.
that.
I like to wait for all the information to come out. We don't know enough right now, to be honest with you.
So we'll see. But I see people fighting and can't. I have been discussing it. But only thing I'll say is, what about some videos and that proof that they said they had? That's what, you just see about them. People like, well, they not supposed to put that out. They supposed to wait to the trial. They put out the text messages. They put out the pictures of her in the club. And
Yeah,
what was
if
the
they got
football
that, if they
player?
got that, if they got that body cam, they need to go ahead and release that.
They
Or
need to put
whatever
that
they
stuff
got. They
out.
they need to go ahead and release it.
Because what was it, the football player, the basketball player? I think a couple of months ago, some woman had said that he tried to grope her someplace in a hotel or something, and he was like, nothing like that happened. And his lawyers and stuff released the video
Yeah,
footage
I remember
from the
that. We did a
play.
thing on that. Yep.
Yeah, and so I mean, they came on out with it, and they showed it that nothing like, and he went on about his business. So I mean, why they hiding the Jonathan Mason stuff? I don't know. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, it do look kind of
We'll
fishy
see.
because if it seemed like he would go ahead and shut all, because the reason that he would want to go ahead and shut it down now and release that stuff, because he's losing money. He's losing
He's
support, he's
losing money.
losing jobs. So you want to go ahead and shut this up right away,
You want to shut it down like that sports guy did.
Mm-hmm.
They shut it down quick, and that's what you want to do. You want to shut this thing down. And it's just, and I had forgotten all about it till they was like people dropping him, his agency. What do these people know that the rest of us don't know? And then what you are sharing, like those text messages look bad. And then the pictures of her at the club. Okay, she was at the club.
Yeah,
Her
that didn't
finger
really
wasn't
prove nothing. I was
broken.
just showing people what TMZ had out there and what they was claiming. Even though they
Her
said
finger,
that was a body cam video, they, instead of showing the video, they're just showing a still shot from the video. That don't do nobody no good.
I think they're trying to show that her finger probably wasn't broken, but she probably lied. Her finger probably was sprained, or whatever. And she said, "You broke my finger," and it was sprained up. So I mean, who knows? We'll see. He's not. I'm not a big fan of his, but I'm not a fan of his. So I saw like the women was going crazy over him. I never saw it in him like some of this other actors out here that are like better. But hopefully he can get it together. Because if Disney come out and say that they dropping him, it's over. It's over. But see, Disney got time to wait and see.
Yeah.
They got time to wait and see. So we shall
But
see.
if anything come up on him, they're gonna drop him like hotcakes, because they can't afford to have nobody that's a woman abuser or somebody like that on they or paying somebody like that. So I hope that nothing don't happen, but he need to go ahead and make it clear that he didn't do anything.
But then another thing, like some people was with the conspiracy. It was like his agency, management agency. They just drop him like that. It's because he black. Well, no. Some articles came out. That same agency is a big agency. They were poised to make millions off him, but nonetheless, they have dropped other actors, and one in particular, Armie Hammer.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was blowing up until he was blowing up. White dude, blowing up and in all kind of things. Nice looking, handsome, career going great, and some kind of something about he drugged his girlfriend I'm not even going to get into the debauchery that he had going on with her. They dropped, and she came out and said that all of this and that happened. They dropped Armie Hammer so quick, and quite a few, and all of these other people who they have dropped because of things like this, they were all white.
Mm-hmm.
The agency dropped him too. So you can't say that they dropped him because he's black. They were poised to make more money off of him than some of them other ones.
Ever since that Me Too stuff, when people getting accusations like this right here, these big corporations go ahead and get rid of you. I mean, that's why they came up with the whole term cancel culture, because people been getting canceled a lot nowadays.
Yeah. But then Tyrone, think about it. Like with Bill Cosby, when all that stuff started coming out, about him, and they said people had been talking about Bill Cosby for years in Hollywood, and so there was always rumors about how he was. Now, I will admit, all those women that piled on, some of them was lying, and some of them were found out to be lying. But the whole time, a lot of black people was talking about they trying to bring a good man down. He was trying to buy NBC, and this what they do to us, and this what. But Bill Cosby did some of that stuff too.
Yeah, Bill Cosby.
He did some of that stuff. Yeah, I mean, now what they put him in prison, they were wrong for that. But still, the pill popping and all that, he did some of that. He did some of that stuff. He did a lot of it.
Well, but the reason we know that Bill Cosby did it is because of his deposition. He had an audio deposition admitting it, but they weren't supposed to hold that against him, but they did, and that's how he got out. But he actually admitted what he was doing. Yeah.
Yeah, and people they had said that was the most known secret in Hollywood, how Bill Cosby got down. That the people knew that, and so he did that stuff. And R. Kelly, when his thing finally came up and stared him in the face, people was like, they just trying to bring a black man down, and they trying to this. R. Kelly did, yes, maybe, but R. Kelly did some things.
Well, yeah, we know R. Kelly did. Actually, society turned away from R. Kelly because whenever he married Aaliyah, and I was younger, I knew good and damn well there was something wrong with that man marrying that girl. I was like, what? This guy, and nobody is saying anything. And then the videotapes came out, and I was like, okay, well, they still letting this guy get away with whatever. They ain't nobody saying nothing.
Get away with it.
Yeah.
And he had a good run, too. And they let him get away with a lot. So it's not just to say that blacks don't get away with stuff. Yes, some do. R. Kelly got away with it, but he just wouldn't stop.
No.
And that's why he's in prison right now. Bill Cosby got away with it. He was still pill popping and all that kind of stuff back when other people had left that stuff back in the 70s. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But he kept on with it. And that's why what happened to him happened to him. The way they put him in prison was wrong. But his entire legacy has been tarnished to no end. And he brought that on himself. And other people who have done things, they did them things. Now, we could try to bring up Michael Jackson. But the only reason why I don't hold to that is because I do believe they were trying to bring him down for a lot of reasons. But Michael was also stupid. He should have left those white people and their children alone.
Now, did you ever watch that movie?
No, but I was going to watch it.
I know you and MJ was protesting watching that movie. Y'all need to watch that movie.
But they found a lot of inconsistencies in that. Like some of the stuff they said was happening. Like at certain times, they said certain things that was happening at the Neverland Ranch. Neverland Ranch didn't exist yet.
Well, so I'm not questioning stuff like that. But if you watch the movie, you'll see that there can't be nothing inconsistent about what you're seeing.
But you want to know why I don't hold to that. I mean, I don't know for sure. I was not there, but why I don't hold to that? Because they were trying to destroy him. The industry was trying to destroy him for a lot of reasons. But the reason why I don't hold to a lot of that is because the FBI investigated Michael Jackson for 10 years. 10 long years. Everything about him, into all of everything, he was investigated for 10 years, and they couldn't find nothing.
Like I said, you need to watch the movie because it ain't that they couldn't find nothing, but he did a lot of paying people off to shut up, and that's what they did.
Yeah, he did. But I'm saying if the FBI, because they were looking to find, to bring down, and they couldn't. I'm not saying that there wasn't, but they couldn't find anything, even the smallest little squeak squeak that they could use.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, and then some of the I think one of the boys, one of the first or the second one, came out and said that his family put him up to that for money. Mm-hmm. So I mean, it's so much surrounding in that. That's why I don't bog down in that.
Well, no, I'm still a Michael Jackson fan, but I mean, just looking at that thing is like, wow, you know.
You know who else? Oprah. I was mad, but Oprah distanced herself from it after things started coming out, and his family did. I'm not. I don't know if it's over, but I don't know if it's over yet, or did they win their lawsuit against HBO for that documentary, because they were poised to win that. Mm-hmm. So I don't know.
Well, I don't know. All these celebrity people, sometimes, you know, they do be trying to get them, but we know for sure that Bill Cosby is guilty. R. Kelly is guilty. And Michael Jackson, we can't say that he's guilty of nothing because, you know, he didn't get found guilty of anything, you know.
It just didn't look right. How about we say that? With him, it didn't look right. Yeah. But, I mean, they was never able, and if the FBI investigate you for 10 years and their main goal is to find something, and they weren't unable to find anything, and all of the documents and stuff, everything that they put out after they finally closed the investigation after 10 years, and there was nothing that they had nothing that they could put forth. So that will always be a big question mark right there. And then one of the accusers came out and said that his parents put him up to that for money. I don't know. There's a question mark there.
Yeah.
That's why I said I wasn't going to watch that. And I mean, I don't know if it's even still up on, if it's still up on HBO, I don't know. I know Oprah distanced herself from it, and she was gung-ho in that. So she distanced herself from it. So I don't know. And then those guys had a lawsuit. Their lawsuit was thrown out. But I don't think the Jackson estate, they either won their lawsuit or they will probably win their lawsuit. But they were given the green light to go ahead with it because they were suing those guys and HBO over that. So I would have to check. I haven't been following it. I don't keep up with that kind of stuff because it's really not that important to me. Yeah. But that's what we'll have to see. But this is sad what's going on with Jonathan Majors.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I hope he don't get found, you know, to be guilty of any of this stuff. And if he gets away with this, he needs to get his act together because he's losing a lot of, you know, stuff. He's actually, you know, been terminated from some positions and he's losing money, you know. So
yeah, but
just on the accusation alone.
Just on the accusation alone. And a lot of people have done things, but they have been able to make a little comeback. Mel Gibson is back making movies. Different other people. So who knows? He might still be able to do something out here.
But what was that? What was that girl's name? Tiffany Haddish. Did Tiffany Haddish ever bounce back?
But she's got I think she's still working on a movie right now. Mm-hmm. So I think Tiffany gonna be okay. You know, she keep her mouth shut. You know, but she's just, I think they almost finished working on another movie, and she has said that she got another movie lined up. So it looks like the doors hasn't closed completely on her, so.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like her comedy. I don't like her style or nothing like that. But I don't wish anything bad because I think her and Ari Spears made bad decisions in that video. They made big
Yeah,
mistakes, and I don't think that she should be penalized for the rest of her career for those taste tasteless videos. I mean, they was just I can't even explain it. You know.
I just don't understand how they thought that they was gonna be able to get by with that. I don't understand. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't. She might. She's she's making a movie. They should probably finish filming it by now. And then she has some other project that she said that she was supposed. So maybe I don't know. Eric Spears. I don't think his career was all that hot and smoking. So wherever he was, he's probably still doing that. But
Yeah, he wasn't that popular. But
mm-mm.
Tiffany Haddish was on her way up. You know.
Yeah, Tiffany Haddish is doing the thing. So we have to see. I don't think the doors have completely closed on her. So she got a chance to try to do some little something. We will have to see. We will have to see how that goes. God, Tyrone, ain't nobody even calling here tonight.
No, they just wanted to listen to me and you chit chat, I guess. You know.
But let me read one more story, because this is the one that I really wanted to get into.
Okay.
Hold on. Because I thought it was interesting because it really fits into what we were speaking on. Hold on. Find it. I know I sent it to you, but oh, here it is. Okay. Grandson disgusted with man who shot. What is his last name? Is it Yarl? 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 Yarl. I think that's it. Shot Ralph Yarl. A grandson of the Missouri man who shot 16-year-old Ralph Yarl for mistakenly ringing his doorbell said on Thursday that he is disgusted by his grandfather's actions. I was disgusted. Thought it was terrible, Clint Ludwig told CNN's Don Lemon. Myself and my family stand with Ralph Yarl in seeking justice. This is horrible tragedy. Never should have happened. Yarl had gone to pick up his younger brothers from the house in Kansas City, Missouri, on the evening of April 13th, but mistakenly went to the wrong address. The black teenager rang the doorbell only for an 84-year-old Andrew Lester to shoot a revolver through the glass front door. Yarl was hit in the head and the upper right arm. He miraculously survived the encounter. The teen was released from the hospital over the weekend and is recovering at home with his family. Lester, who is white, has pleaded not guilty to felony charges, a first-degree assault and armed criminal action, and he is currently free on bond. His next court appearance is June 1st. Ralph Yarl did nothing wrong by showing up at the wrong house, which is an honest, easy mistake, Ludwig told Kansas City Star. And the fact that it was almost a death sentence is disgusting. Ludwig said over the past several years, he and his grandfather lost touch largely due to Lester falling down the right wing rabbit hole. According to the Star, Lester engages in a 24-hour news cycle of fear and paranoia, fueled by conservative networks like Fox News, ON, and that reinforces and galvanizes racist people and their beliefs, his grandson said. And then the NRA pushing to stand your ground stuff and that you have to defend your home, Ludwig told the Star. When I heard what happened, I was appalled and shocked that it transpired, but it didn't. But I didn't believe that it was true. Lester also followed QAnon level conspiracies about abortion and supposed election fraud and appeared to believe in COVID-19 disinformation and racist stereotypes about Black people, according to Ludwig. The warning signs were there. While Yard's physical health is improving, the teen's family says he is still struggling emotionally and mentally. Friends and family of the high school junior have described him as academically talented and musically gifted. I'm proud of you, Ralph. I'm so sorry this happened to you, Ludwig Soul said on CNN. I understand you're an amazing kid, and I think you're going to grow up and be an amazing man. You didn't do anything wrong. The outpouring of support that the country has shown to you, I think, says more than I ever could. Ralph, you deserve to have your life fundamentally, you don't deserve to have your life fundamentally changed like you had it, Lucas said. You deserve justice, and my family stands with you. And see, I have to give that grandson, I have to give him all types of kudos because he came out and told the truth. His father was down that rabbit hole with this foolishness, and you hear how his grandson hit every mark. COVID conspiracy, Fox News, QAnon, OAN, election fraud deniers, election fraud. He hit every point that we were talking about. And that's why that man, because if you was, I'm not saying he probably wasn't afraid. Who knows? I wasn't there. But if you are afraid, you look up, somebody rings your doorbell. And like people that I saw some racist white people were saying, well, people will ring the doorbell and bust in and do a grab, and do all these types of things. But usually somebody's trying to burglarize you. They didn't come to the front door and ring the doorbell. But nonetheless, why are you all in the front door? That is there for your safety. Had he called when he saw a black man. He saw a black man standing on his porch ringing the doorbell. What they said, it was around 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. Call the police if you're so frightened. Call the police. The police will show up. Hopefully, the police will show up. Not thugs in a uniform, but police will show up. Ask the young man, what are you doing here? He will tell them, I came to pick up my brothers, and they will just that. He'll tell them the address. The police will say, oh, that's over on the other block. And you know what? It would have been settled. It would have been done. No, you were so afraid, but you wasn't afraid enough to open the interior door and start shooting. And I know that his lawyers and stuff, they're going to use diminished capacity, but had he it's a shame that he has ruined what rest of the life that he has left to live. He should have been someplace watching TV, whatever people, his 80-something-year-old white man smoking a cigar, playing golf, whatever it is that they do. He has ruined whatever time he has left. So that's all I got to tell him.
Yeah, this is the danger that I'm talking about. Fox News is causing in this country, and this story connects the dots perfectly about why something needs to get done about Fox News. They shouldn't be allowed to still continue to air that filth that they air every night and pollute the minds of idiots like this right here. This is basically Sarge and ABC. They haven't gotten to the point of shooting nobody. But I mean, I wouldn't put it past, whatever news story that they seen or whatever, got them riled up that day that somebody come knock on the door. They might be angry enough to do something like this. And I'm serious. I'm not playing one bit because these people believe in this stuff so much. I mean, this guy, this 84-year-old, fuck him. He should be locked up. I don't give a shit about his age. There is no excuse. Or if somebody is coming to your door, I don't care who it is, and they ring the doorbell, that is not a burglar. Burglars don't ring doorbells. If it was a burglar, they try to enter the house through other methods. So the fact that this kid ring the doorbell means that he's not a burglar. So why would you shoot somebody ringing your doorbell? That don't even make no sense. So him saying that he was in fear and all this kind of stuff or whatever excuse that there's no way, because the fact that that kid rang the doorbell shows you that he was not a threat. You know, he just like anybody else coming to your house, and that's what the doorbell is there for. You push that to announce that you're at that door, and somebody is supposed to greet you at the damn door, not with a fucking gun. This story is crazy. So I hope they don't let this old white man come up with all these excuses about how scared he was, and they just need to lock his ass up. The grandson, like you said, got it perfectly right. And he told everybody what was really going on. And there's nobody going to take this into account because it's demonizing Fox. And for some reason, the other media won't say shit about Fox, really. They won't say it. They won't even use this story to try to beat Fox over the head with it. I guarantee you they won't. And they should. So that's all I got. I'm glad the young man is recovering. I'm really glad that he did not lose his life in this situation, and I'm glad that the GoFundMe is going to help this young man, further in life. Because this is just a sad story, along with all the other shootings that we talked about that happened.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, some of them lost their life, and I don't know. This country has gone nuts with these guns. They have gone crazy.
Yeah, they're gone. But he survived. But he got a long road to go, Tyrone. He might, but he's not, because he's no longer. Because you look at his picture, he just looks so innocent. And you know how you can look at some children and tell some children to have a little bit of slickness in them. He just looks just so.
He's a
makes you want to
kid.
grab his face.
He's a kid, and
grab
that's
his
why.
face and get a kid.
Yeah, that's why I don't understand why people didn't see that. They didn't see that same innocence that you see. The innocence that you're describing right now is the same innocence that I seen in Tamir Rice. That boy wouldn't hurt a fly.
No, and why you can't see that because he looks like the type. He looks like he's kind of nerdy. He plays saxophone. He's just the type of his mother. I need you to do such. Yes, mom. Yes, ma'am. Doesn't he look like one of those type of kids that's just good? They said his grades is excellent, and he does what he's told. His whole life has been changed, and it made me want to go over there and choke old dude out for changing this child's life. I'm serious. For changing, because every time I look at that young man's face, it's just I just want to go give him a hug and a kiss. He just looks like such a good, innocent little person. He's taller than me, but innocent little sweet face on him. And this old dude has wrecked himself terribly. Now let me ask you, the grandson, he looks like him, don't he?
He looks like who?
He looks like the dude. The grandfather. He looks like him. That real dark hair and the eyes. He looks like his grandfather. But does he look like he might be
mixed?
Little something? Yeah.
Yeah, I think here he is right here. I put him on the thing.
I mean, because I need to see another picture, but I can't really tell.
Well, he got braids and all of that. Hold on, let me see grandson.
But that don't mean that, some of these real hippy-dippy liberal young people, they have cornrows and stuff in their head. So I can't really tell. If he might have a little, that make you go, I think he might got a little something, but he looks like his grandfather. He does. He looks like his granddad. Look at the picture down at the bottom, and then you look back at him. He looks like him.
There they go side by side there.
Yeah, they got the same nose. Same nose. They got the same sort of shaped face.
So he might not be. He might not be mixed. He might just be growing them dreads. So he don't. He might not. I don't think he mixed.
I don't think so. I think he could just be hippy dippy, and he got his hair braided.
Yeah.
And just extremely liberal, and
Yeah.
probably you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But he looks like his grandfather. They got the same shaped face, kind of nose. You can tell that's his granddad.
Yep.
So, but I give him kudos because that's brave to do that and come out and talk. He said that they've been estranged, and I guess like he said since the pandemic and all that stuff started, Trump that his granddad got crazy and fell down that rabbit hole. And maybe that's why they are estranged. Because some people, when they find out that they family members, regardless if they're grandparents, and when they acting like that, they don't want nothing to do with them. So he said they became estranged because his father fell down that rabbit hole. And that's a shame. And I would have been shocked too if somebody had said, like my grandfather, somebody did that. But you know your people. And that's why he was like, yeah, he did that. And it was malice behind it. He did that. Because you know your people.
Oh yeah. He was probably over there, over at his house when all of this COVID stuff was going on, the conspiracies. When Donald Trump started saying that the election was fraudulent, he probably fell for that. He probably fell in for this critical race theory. He probably heard his grandfather talking about that crap. I mean, so he know that his granddaddy was looking at Fox News and consuming all this stuff that Jesse Waters and Tucker Carlson and Laura Ingraham putting out. So he know. Yeah.
And Quinnon, that's what he got. He hit all the points.
Yeah.
And I feel sorry for them. And it's bad that your grandfather ended up in prison like this. That man liable to die before the trial is over. But
well, I don't have no sympathy for the audience members. I don't have no sympathy for whoever listened to Fox News because you're adults and you should know better. And the fact that you don't know better, I can't have no sympathy for you. I mean, especially if you go out and do something stupid like this right here.
Yeah. And you know why it hurt my heart so? Because the young man, he just, 15, 16, he reminds me of my neighbor, her son. Because he's like he older than him though. He's like 18, 19, 18, 18. And he's a good boy, but he had a horrible girlfriend with his mother back when the COVID was going on. And his mother, for the company that she worked for, she had to go to, I forget where that, down in North Carolina. So he was mainly there in the house by himself. And his dad would come back and forth a lot. But because he was like 18, 19, he had a horrible girlfriend that he let come stay. And she used to be over there fighting and just out in the street trying to cause a mess. And I would always be watching in case something break loose and she tried to call the police talking about it because it wasn't going to be none of that. But he's a good boy. And this boy right here reminds me so much of him. And I just, it breaks my heart. And he reminds me of my neighbor's son. And I was afraid for him and his girlfriend, because she was one of those, a fighter. And she would run out the house and leave me alone and you tried to hit me. And I tried to tell him, I said, you be careful over there. I said, because that girl, y'all got this foolishness going on. Somebody called the police. I said, you don't want. And I told him, you don't want Miss Lisa out here running in front of the police and trying to stop. We're not going to have that, but that's what it will be. That's what it will be. I will be out there trying to run in front of the police and stop and this, that. Cut that. You need to really, and he broke off from her. Because she was that type of girl. And your mom is not here. You don't know what you was doing. And I had her information to call, and I was going to call her and tell her, your son got this girl staying over here, and she's a fighter, and they out in the street. She run out the house, and he's telling her, but he broke off from her. And I was glad because it was turning into a bad situation.
Yeah. You don't want no situation to where, even a bystander get involved because that bystander is going to call 911 on people and stuff,
Exactly. And I said, then I have to be out here. Miss Lisa had to be out here. Police coming, and she's saying, they crazy. Police don't have to show up. We thugs in a uniform. And I said that I had to be out here trying to fight the police to get them off you. So you really need to think about what you're doing. And I thought he was going to get upset. He's a good boy.
And these police, it don't matter.
But he didn't.
These police just go from 0 to 100 whenever they see black skin, no matter if they're a child or not. Yeah. They just treat them all like they're. I don't know what this is with the police and how they treat black people, but they treat white people with kid gloves. But now, whenever they see black people, they just I don't know. They just want to kill him, want to murder him. It's just anger. I don't
But
get that.
that's not the police. That's thugs in uniform.
Mm-hmm.
You hope the police show up, but thugs in uniform might show up, and that's the thing that scares me because a thug in a uniform will kill me too. You don't have to be a black. You don't have to be a man or a young black boy. They kill me too if it's a thug in a uniform. And I was so happy when he broke up with her, and she stopped coming. He was like, "Yeah, Miss Lisa, yeah, we broke up." I thought he was going to get upset that I was interfering, but I was really concerned. And he was like, "Yeah, we broke up," and I was like, "Oh, good. I'm so happy to hear that." And he started laughing. I'm like, happy to hear that he broke up with his girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sitting here watching it, and when the stuff was started, I was going looking out the window, peeping out, just in case it got out of hand.
Yeah.
And it was, I hate to say this, but it was her. It was her. And we sometimes these, and it's not all the time, but a lot of times certain young ladies, they can get you killed, locked up, beat up. Leave her alone. Your mother's not here. His mom been back since the COVID died down. But leave her alone. This is
Yeah, it's
dangerous.
time to move
I'm
on.
scared.
You don't need to
Mhm.
be in a relationship
I'm,
that is toxic or you're fighting with somebody. You don't need that. You got to move
mhm.
on.
Look, there's plenty of other girls out here you can talk to. Just leave her alone. That girl gonna cause you to get locked up. Police gonna come, and I'm gonna get locked up because I'm gonna be trying to stop them from hurting you. So it worked out. It was a good thing because he's a good boy, very nice young man on his way to do great things. And I hate to see that derail. Like with this young man that fool shot, he's not gonna do. Hopefully, because he's gonna need all of that money because he's gonna need some serious counseling. He's never gonna. He's the innocent in the pictures that we see of him. That innocence that you can see all over him in those pictures. That's gone.
Mm-hmm.
That's gone. That's gone. And that's the sad part. That's gone. And that's why I don't care what happened to his old man, but I give kudos to his grandson to coming out and speaking out. More families need to do that. When you have crazy people in your family, don't try to take up for these people. Don't take up for them when they wrong. They wrong. And I'm just glad that the people came out, and it wasn't just our community, and they donate the money. So that it's making easy that he's gonna have it's easier for him that he's gonna have an easier start when he finishes when he goes to college. He's not gonna have to worry about paying for that. And maybe they can get him a car, and just the financial part you don't have to worry about because he's gonna have other things he's gonna have to deal with. And I feel sorry that the white girl got shot and killed. I feel
Yeah.
sorry for the cheerleaders. It's
Oh
just
yeah,
everybody.
all
And
of
you
those
said,
kids are innocent. You know, so this gun epidemic, it ain't really got no race on it. Like you said, in our neighborhood, we use guns all the time to hurt each other. I'm talking about that too. All of
yeah,
that need to be up under control. Something need to do something about
all of it.
all of it. It's too many guns.
But what was you? I heard you said because it's almost 12 o'clock. Nobody's home. You said that some dude was shooting at a 6-year-old. I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, and let me pull it back up. Where was it at? I think it was. Hold on, I just had it up. Wait a minute, Miss Elisa. Oh Lord. See, whenever I can I think that was in like North Carolina, 6 year old. And that I think that just like happened that like happened like
Did they get shot?
okay, here it go. It said April the 20th. That's the day. Okay, so it says suspect arrested in the shooting girl of at 6 year old and her parents after the basketball rolled into their yard. The police apprehended 24-year-old Robert Louise Singletary, a man of shooting the girl and her parents. They keep saying that she was shot. So this says following the manhunt that began Tuesday. Florida's authority that was in Florida. Authorities arrested Robert Louis Singletary, 24-year-old North Carolina man, accused of shooting a 6-year-old girl and her parents after the trio attempted to retrieve a basketball goal from his yard. Singletary is now in custody after turning himself in out of state, according to the Gaston County, North Carolina statement explaining that he had notified of this by the Hillsborough County Office Sheriff in Tampa, Florida, of his capture. Singletary is scheduled to have a court appearance in Hillsborough County on Friday. It is unclear if he has an attorney who can comment on his behalf. He has been charged with 4 counts of attempted first-degree murder, 2 counts of assault with a deadly weapon, and 1 count of possession of a firearm by a felon. So I guess they shot him, but they lived.
Well,
That's crazy. And the basketball rolled into the yard, and
He's
that's
in
how you
Gaston.
respond. That's nuts.
I hope he got homeowners insurance so they can sue the hell out of it.
Yeah, now
I mean, that's
that was
all
a
he
black
got.
guy who shot and it was a white family. So the black guy shot
Oh, well.
that little 6-year-old girl in a white family.
Oh, well, he must be crazy then.
Yeah, they're gonna lock his ass up immediately.
They throw away. They gonna throw away the key too.
Yeah.
They're gonna lock him up and throw the key. They gonna throw the key away. He locked up already. Oh my gosh, people is crazy out here.
Yeah, it's too many guns. Way too many guns. And they ain't doing a thing
Everybody
about
just,
it.
and people are scared, and you look at them the wrong way, they pull out. Because I was watching a video the other day. These 2 girls were fighting in the Popeyes, and the other one pulled out a knife and stabbed the other one in the ankle. Now, you gonna pull out a knife, and y'all, why did you pull out a knife? She got beat up though, even though she pulled out the knife and cut the other girl. She ended up getting beat up. But I mean, people just back when we were in school, people didn't.
This country is I mean, what's causing this is economics, Lisa. If people were able to work and people were able to, afford not really nice things, but just basic living stuff and not have to be stressed all the time, it'll take a lot of these problems away.
Yeah.
But they don't nobody want to try to develop no jobs in this country where they can put most of these people to work, and we just gonna keep having these conditions along with the damn crazy politics from Fox News and the right wing. I don't know what happened to the Republican Party. They're not even Republicans no more. It's just ridiculous. They're hypocritical. They just you seen that thing where the Stop the Steal organizer was asking for dick pics from little boys. That Ali Alexander. I'm like, wow,
Yeah, I saw that.
And
It wasn't funny because he's a predator,
yeah.
but I wasn't surprised. Were you surprised by that?
Well, I didn't know. I didn't know that he was like that. But
Well, I didn't
that's
know he was like that, but he looks weird though. He looks like a weirdo. That's why I wasn't surprised.
but a lot of Republicans end up being homosexual. Even though they rally against all that trans and all that kind of stuff, they end up being, homosexual.
And predators and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They do. You're absolutely right. A lot of them are predators, and they are closeted. But yeah, he's a weirdo. He looked weird. I don't know if he has a pressing curl in his hair. I don't know what's going on with that dude.
Well,
But
I think he's Indian.
he
I think he's Indian, and
I don't know what
and
he
that's
is.
why he looks like that.
he's a weirdo. So, because look at, what was the guy? Is it Jesse Peterson?
Yeah.
The black dude.
Yep.
And they had caught him. Yeah, him, another one.
Yep.
Yeah, that Ali dude. They say he Indian. Is he Indian as black or Indian or? I don't know. Look like he had a relaxer perm or something in his head. I don't know. He just looks weird. So I wasn't surprised when I heard that. And he's talking about he's been dealing with the homosexuality, the feeling of it. No, if you are attracted to men, you are attracted to men. That has something to do with you messing with underage. That's two different things.
Yeah, that's freaky.
And
There.
he's trying to combine the two. No, if you homosexual, then you're true. But he's out here trying to, he's out here he's out here going after young underage. That's something different. That ain't got nothing to do with homosexuality. That is, you are a pervert. That's what that is.
I mean, you can be homosexual. I don't give a crap about you being homosexual. But like you said, when you start trying to solicit children and all that kind of stuff, then yeah, you're just sick. As a matter of fact, you're a predator. You're a groomer. You're the same thing that you're accusing Democrats of being. That's exactly what you are.
And you're doing that, and that has something to do with your homosexuality. Come on out that closet and live your truth. But this what you out here doing with these underage, that's something totally different. He needs to be investigated, and he never would have said nothing if he. I can't think of the guy who put him on blast.
Oh, that dude, what's his name, Miliopolis or whatever? Let me see. I just read past his name.
Something Nopolopolis or whatever, because he had been bumped out things, and he's a weirdo too because he was
Milo Yiannopoulos.
And he was caught up because he was doing an interview, and that's when they got rid of him because he was talking about that he don't see anything wrong with boy or.
Yeah, he said he didn't see nothing wrong with pedophilia.
So he needed to be investigated too. So, but they knocked him out the way. They was like, okay, he's kind of out there.
But these are the people that led January the 6th. This guy was like in charge of January the 6th.
So he got it going.
Yeah.
And he out here proposition underage boys. So no, I was not surprised by that at all. And he needs to be investigated and probably prosecuted for something. And are they taking this thing serious? So, I mean, I wasn't surprised by that at all.
Yeah, I mean, but it's par for the course. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene, she talk all this family values and Jesus and Bible, and she's a hoe. I mean, she's a hoe. Because she's getting a divorce from her husband, and she's cheating on. She's sleeping with I guess Kevin McCarthy and this other guy. Now she's in a relationship with another senator. So all these Republicans are hypocrites because they be talking about family values, and they be doing the complete opposite of what they preach.
And just like Trump, he said he's the most honest person. He's the most honest human being on the planet. And look at the stuff he do.
Oh yeah. I mean, he's literally on trial for rape in New York right now. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, and I hope with these Trump cases, I got an unknown caller here. Who's this unknown caller?
Big J here.
What's up, Big J? But I hope with all these Trump cases, they find Donald Trump guilty on all of these cases. I really do. So that's just my opinion. But what's up, Big J? Go ahead, man.
I'm not much. I hadn't been here for a while, so I just want to know. So what is the topic?
Well, we were talking about everything, to be honest with you. But the last topic we were just talking about is Ali Alexander asking for dick pics from little children. You heard about that?
No, I have not.
The Stop the Steal organizer. He got called out for, requesting pornographic pictures from children. And he's LGBT. I guess he's gay or whatever. There ain't nothing wrong with him being gay, but he crosses the line whenever he starts trying to solicit children and stuff. And then we were talking about guns and all of this stuff and all this shooting that was going on. So wherever you want to go, man, you can.
Okay. Well, then, I think Elisa said something because I was in and out, right? But I heard Elisa, and you said something that about you want to take away guns, and my thing is, okay, then how come the society like I don't know Switzerland, where most people have guns, there's not that much issues when it comes to mass murders and the like.
Agreed.
Well, I mean, let
Yeah.
me answer you, because I mean that's a completely different country, and I don't live in Switzerland, but I can almost guarantee you, but there ain't a whole bunch of propaganda triggering people like on Fox News and the lobbyists for the NRA and stand your ground and all that. So they probably ain't a lot of people. So these people are getting triggered, Big J. And I'm saying because there's school shootings, there's people shooting people in their driveways, ringing their doorbell. It's out of control in this country. It really is. Something need to get done.
Okay. I'm more of the mind that is more had to do with the mental health of the people here, and there's not enough. I think how our society is promoting from foreign policy up to how we buy our milk. There's something wrong, and we're not.
I agree.
We don't want to address it because even our foreign policy kind of have this my way or the highway, and we thinking that we can just tell people what to do and use force. And I think that psyche is what we see here. I mean, we try to force things on other people, and we using violence to do it, rather than try to be more diplomatic or use some type of means of persuasion. And I think that attitude permeates, in our mental state.
So how would you address mental health? Now you got to put these two together. How would you address mental health and at the same time address the gun epidemic that we see now of people shooting people? How would that go together? I don't see how that would go together.
Okay, like if you look at most of these school shootings or most of these mass murderers, there's always a level of is always this the same story, like, oh, this guy is lonely. It's always a heterosexual male. Well, with the exception of what happened in Tennessee, but it's always either. Well, you know what? Better yet, it's always about the case of loneliness. It's always about, oh, this person's a loner. This person's always alone. This person's a loner. He doesn't have he doesn't have no types of relationships between the people within his community, nor he has a romantic relationship. So it's always the word loneliness. I think people here in this country are lonely people, and that does affect us in the mental way.
Well, see now, you're addressing one demographic of shooter. I got it, but when I'm saying address this gun problem in this country, I'm talking about everybody, even the urban areas that have these problems. Just like in Alabama, I'm pretty sure you heard about that Sweet 16 party that 4 people got killed, and that was a black shooter. You see what I'm saying? So I'm talking about across the board addressing this gun stuff. I get you about the loneliness and all that kind of stuff and the mental health, but because we got these shootings across every demographic or different demographics, then I think it's something more than mental health, which is access to guns. And I think we need to restrict the access to these guns. That's just me. I can't see mental health taking care of that.
Okay, then what was the motive of the shooter? Because I'm not really familiar about what happened in Alabama. So what was the motive of the shooting in Alabama?
They was having a birthday party, and this person, they was having a Sweet 16 birthday party, and this person showed up and started shooting people, man.
And they didn't know him. He just came up in there. Or there's something that they know that they knew.
I'm reading now. Police identified 4 people who were killed. Hold on.
Yeah, because I don't think they can. I was trying to figure that out too.
Uh-huh.
What was the motive? I know they're just not catching people, but I was very curious about that. What was the motive behind that? I mean, a sweet 16 people can't even have a little birthday party for the kids, and but I don't think they really even know what a motive is for that yet. I don't know.
Well, see, all this
Okay.
story, all this is saying is this guy was arrested for reckless murder. So they don't give a motive behind why he did it. It just says
Okay.
reckless murder.
Right. Well, I don't, you know, I mean, I heard about it, but I didn't really pay that much attention to it, you know, because there's a whole lot going on, and you know, so anyway.
But my thing is, Big J, I understand about your mental health conversation, but I just don't think that's going to stop or even pull back on any of this violence that we seeing because it's ramping up, man.
Because the way I'm okay, when Ronald Reagan got rid of the mental asylums, you know, in the 1980s, or he defunded some of the mental institutions in the 80s. That's when I noticed. I mean, that's when I noticed that you start seeing an uptick in you know, your Columbines or that Ruby. What is that Ruby cafeteria shooting? Somebody went to Luby's cafeteria and killed those people. No. It wasn't Ruby Ridge. I'm talking about the cafeteria shooting. Happened like late 80s, early 90s.
I think the Lubbies, I know what you're talking about. I can't think of the name of the place. Lubbies.
Yeah, Luby's. Luby's. Yeah. I mean, you start seeing that, and it's usually a person, you know, who is dealing with, you know, with loneliness and mental, you know, that's all thing I can see. I mean, I don't think you know, you can take away the guns, but I don't know. You know, I don't know if that type of person will still be a danger, because that person, you know, because after like what happened in Canada when they took away the guns in Canada, the people like some of these incel groups, the manosphere groups, was using trucks. You know, the mow down people with. I mean, when you take away the trucks, I mean, take with this one weapon people are using.
If they're gonna use trucks, Big J, trucks gonna kill less people than AK-47. That's just a fact.
Right.
But I just seen this Luby shooting, and I forgot all about that. Yeah, they killed a lot of people in that thing. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Yeah, that was like what, 89, something like that. 88,
91.
Something like that. Oh, 91. Okay.
Yeah.
So I remember I was a little child at the time, so I vaguely, you know, heard people talk about it, but you know.
But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do. But it just seemed to be ramping up because it's just one after another, one after another, one after another. And,
right.
You know, and I know that shootings go on in urban areas and like our neighborhoods. I don't even think that we talk about them. Them ain't even the ones that make the headlines. You know.
Yeah, because I heard something happened in Chicago. I'm trying to figure out what was that all about. And, I don't know what that's about either, because it's like every week there's something different, you know.
But why don't you think that whenever Chicago shooting happens, why ain't that national news like every other shooting? I don't understand why that's not national.
Because part of the reason is it's an urban area and it's black, predominantly black, and whereas when it comes to the other one, but then again, the one with Alabama, that's mostly black, right? Who was in there?
Yeah,
that 16. Well, I don't know. I mean, I think though it's where places where you don't expect violence to occur, and then you just see it. I mean, it's not like, I don't know. It's like everybody can roll their eyes over and say, "Oh, it's just Chicago," or it's just, this city over here where all the crime historically been known for having crime. People just roll their eyes up like, it's kind of like the boy who cried wolf type thing. Like you heard it all before. And when it comes to something like what happened in Alabama or what happened in Tennessee, I think it's different because people ain't used to that brazen violence on a daily occurrence. So or weekly occurrence. So I think that's why it gets, what happened in suburbia or in the rural areas is very noticeable.
Well, look, listen. I just googled shootings in Chicago, right? And this is crazy,
right?
Because it just this headline says Chicago shooting, 35 shot, 8 fatally in a weekend violence across the city. Now, that should be just as important as the boy ringing the doorbell, But we ain't talking about this stuff. I don't get it. That's crazy.
I didn't even know that happened in Chicago this weekend.
That is nuts.
Yeah, it was crazy, but I don't.
So I don't understand why we don't talk about those killings and shootings compared to the other shootings, the mass shootings and stuff like that. That's nuts. Who's this unknown caller?
The one who's going to make sense of all of this with facts, logic, reason, and truth.
Okay. Well, let Big J finish, and then you can go after him.
Be my guest.
Go ahead, Big J.
Go ahead. Go ahead,
Sarge.
Let's talk about the specifics here. Why don't we talk about the other shootings? And there's so much emphasis on the Ralph Yarl shooting. Well, the Biden administration cannot make as much hay out of the shooting of, say, the young white girl shot by the white man in upstate New York as he can with the Ralph Yarl shooting, nor can he make as much political hay out of the 32 people shot, 4 killed in Alabama. It's just that cynical and just that simple. The Biden administration is out to keep black people on their plantation, and so they are out to make a hay out of some 85-year-old man, undoubtedly confused, maybe even racist. I don't know. I don't care right now, not at this point. He can't make as much hay out of it as he can with the other.
Okay,
it's just that simple.
So hold on. Let me pull you back for a second. All right. I heard what you just said, and I'm not arguing with you. But what I want to do is put the context around this has not only been happening under the Biden administration. This has been the dynamic of urban shootings for as long as I can remember. They are underreported compared to mass shootings. So let's take the politics out of this conversation and actually, if you can answer it without throwing Biden and all that kind of bullshit in it.
Okay, I'm not taking politics out of it. I'm going to look at raw numbers. I ain't going to put no political spin on it until after I give you the raw numbers. These are numbers. They're not racist. They are objective. The number is either less than, greater than, or the same as. It's always one of the three. It's never anything else. So, if you look at, this is from the FBI, the National Information Bureau of Reporting Services, all right? The FBI, from the year 2021. That's just 2 years ago. And I'd like to add, I'm doing more research now, but the numbers have gotten worse since I looked it up. Now, listen carefully until I finish, all right? Out of the universe of murderers, that's of all ethnic groups, all of them, okay, that we have in the country that we generally report on there statistically significant. Out of the ages 15 to 64, all murders per capita, which means per 100,000. For white males, for every 100,000 white males in the country, 5.2 of them are murderers, or been arrested for murders, or identified as being the suspects in a murder. Hispanic males, 17.4. Black females, 8.7. Hispanic females, 3.6. 3.6. White females, 1.1. Now, black males, murderers per 100,000. For every 100,000 black males in the United States between the ages of 15 to 64, 95.5 of them are murderers. Now, it gets worse, though. I wish it was just that bad, but it's worse. Out of the universe of murders at ages 15 to 24, white males, for every 100,000 white males in the United States, 8.3 of them were identified as murderers. Hispanic males, 28.1. Black females, 16.9. That's double the rate of white males, incredibly.
Sarge, you're not
Hispanic
answering my
females,
question.
4.8. And white females, 1.4. Let's get around to black males, ages 15
Sarge,
to 20.
you're not answering my question.
207.4.
You're not answering my question.
Now,
You just
I'm about to answer the question because I gotta give you facts because you are really oblivious to fact like no one I've ever
want to
seen.
demonize black men.
No. I'm giving. See, this is what I mean about you. You said no politics. This is numbers. Now you're demonizing based on numbers. I'm giving you the numbers.
Okay, watch this right here.
Committing the murders.
Wait a minute. Okay,
And then you're
hold on, watch
accusing
this.
me
Watch this.
something that I haven't done yet.
Okay, so watch this right here. What was my question, Sarge?
Ask the question again. Then I'm going to answer it. Then I'm going to go on to make my goddamn point, if you let me. Ask the question again.
I was asking, why are all of these other mass shootings highlighted nationally compared to the shootings in the urban areas? That's all I was asking. I don't know why you want to go through.
Because mass shootings are predominantly occurring in the urban areas, and they are committed with handguns.
What?
That's why. Like I said, you're oblivious to numbers and fact.
No, you just wanted to demonize black men for
No,
some
see, that's
reason.
what I mean. Again, I'll give you the numbers of mass shootings in the other areas and the mass shootings in the urban areas, like in Alabama. 32 people shot. Does that qualify as a mass shooting? When 32 people are shot? Yes, it does.
Okay, go ahead, Big J, because I can't do this.
All right, but most of them are occurring in urban areas, not in the other areas, not in the suburbs, not in the rural counties, in the urban areas.
Listen to what I'm saying, Sarge.
Oh, okay, but Sarge.
Well, go ahead, Big J.
Can you
That's not demonizing.
Okay, so do you think that income or the medium household income leads into that problem?
Not significantly, no. Not for this wild disproportion. No, I don't think so.
Because if we're going to follow what Thomas Sowell put out with the Black Redneck book, and because he said Black America got their cultural proclivities and so forth from the Scots-Irish group. So for me,
Scotland and Ireland, yeah, Scotland and Ireland,
right. So the closest group we can identify with the Scots-Irish group is the Appalachian people, right? So if you look at the median income, it's at least $70,000 when it comes to the median income for Appalachian whites, where the median income is 50, almost 50 when it comes to black people. So do you think it's the median income part? Because like you're seeing the same types of crime in both locations, in both the demographics. Would you agree with that?
No, because the homicide rate in the Appalachian whites is lower than the national average. So it's not even true.
Okay.
They have more drug abuse, but not homicide.
Right. What? Okay. Yeah, I know it's not really quote fair, but the black areas are more what? They're more close together, where the Appalachians is more spread out, so therefore people don't have to, have the distance, to quote unquote murk somebody. It takes time and distance to go ahead and murk that person. But it seems though that the same cultural norms and the pathology is similar, because you see the drug rate, the education rate, all that is similar.
Well, so there's not a single socioeconomic figure that I can think of today that is worse than the figure it was in 1965, when the 15 to 24-year-old black homicide rate was about what the black female rate is today.
Well, that's not true.
Even though every single socioeconomic factor was worse than it is now.
Oh, hold on. That's just not true because of the cost of living.
That is true.
Hold on. Let me listen. I'll let you and Big J talk. But what you're saying is not true because of the cost of living. I don't even have to go into no science about that, because the cost of living just generally makes the economics worse than what it was when whatever year you're talking about. But I'll say that to interrupt y'all.
I'm adjusting for inflation, Tyrone.
Okay, no, you're not. Because
yes, I am.
Sarge, in 1959, gas was a fucking $1. $1. God damn it. Now, shit, it's $3 now, so stop it. Okay, so what I wanted to do was let y'all know that I'm getting ready to open these lines. And thank you, Miss Elisa. But Sarge, stop it. You're full of shit. So stop. Okay.
Well, you're oblivious and cognitively dissonant.
Q&A session is over. All participants are unmuted.
How much was gas whenever you're talking about, Sarge? For real.
Okay, gasoline at one time was about, I remember when gasoline was 39 cents a gallon.
The years that you
39, 69 cents.
Nigga, the
69 cents.
The year that you just referenced, how much gas was in that year?
What year did I say, Tyrone? I said before 1965, the black male homicide rate at the age of 15 to 24 was about what the black female rate is today.
How much was gas in 1955?
It's still higher, but it's not like it is today.
How much was gas in 1955?
I didn't say 55. I said 65. And gasoline in 1965 was somewhere around 49 cents a gallon, which 39 cents a gallon, which adjusted for today's inflation is something like $4 a gallon. $4 a gallon.
You said that economics make a difference, but economics.
It was just about what it is now.
No, it's not.
I mean, you do realize 49 cents in 1965 has the purchasing power of about $5.25 today.
Well, I don't want to get stuck on gas. To Big J's point,
I know you don't, because you didn't know you're wrong again.
Okay, to Big J's point, economics do make a difference in my opinion, Big J.
Well, I didn't say it didn't. I said it doesn't explain a homicide per capita rate of 207.4.
Did you not listen to Big J's question?
That's what I said.
Or you just want to argue?
Yeah, but that is because the Appalachian people are spread apart, where people in the inner city are in close proximity, very close proximity, even though the crimes are the same and the pathology is similar.
Oh, okay. We can focus on specific regions, but the overall homicide rate for all white males from all regions of the United States in 2021 per 100,000 white males is 5.2. That's all of them. Appalachia.
Okay. Sorry.
New York, Kansas, Wyoming, wherever murders are reported to the FBI, those are the numbers for white males. Every single white male you can factor in. If you look at black males, it's 95.5. All black. Even though we know all black males don't commit murder. In fact, only a tiny percentage of white males of any age commit murder. But the ones that do are off the chain.
But Sarge, can you identify where the concentration of most white men commit commit the crimes.
That murder are? You mean the ones that murder?
Right.
Well, it's not in Appalachia. I believe the highest concentration of white male murderers is probably in California or Texas and Arizona, maybe.
Texas and Arizona.
It's not in Appalachia.
Okay.
But I'm saying, but even with that, even allowing for high concentrations of white males in particular areas, if you just add up all the white males, ages 15 to 64, it's a little bit more than 5 of them will be identified as murderers. When you take the same number of black people, 100,000 black men, 15 to 64, it's 95.5. And that's not the 15 to 24-year-olds. It's 207.4 for them. For 25 to 34, it's 119.5. It doesn't start to come down until the black male is over 65 years of age, and 65 plus is 3.8 per 100,000. So we know where the problem is. The problem isn't every black male. The problem isn't every black person. It isn't every county where black people are located. My county's full of black people, more black people than white people. It's got a low homicide rate. It's in specific locales, specific locations, 15 counties in the United States and 10 major cities. That's where it is. And instead we try to pretend like it's everywhere, and it isn't.
Okay, so we heard your stats, right? And I'm not going to argue with your stats, even though I disagree with what you're saying. But the conversation is revolved around the most recent mass shootings that we're seeing that mainly conducted by white males, and for some reason,
that's not true.
Okay, can I finish? The ones that we're talking about in the headlines are mainly conducted by white males, Sarge. That's just a fact. Recently, I mean, hell, or that transgender girl that shot up that school, but that type of for some reason you want to go back with these stats and demonize black men and not address what is currently going on in the news when it comes to these mass killings.
Could it be that the stats themselves do the demonizing and not Sarge? Is that even possible?
Well, what you're doing is deflecting away from the topic.
I'm not deflecting. I'm trying to identify the problem. That's what I'm trying to do, because you don't fix the problem if you don't identify it, where it's mainly concentrated.
Well, the problem
and people, while you're deflecting, you want to deflect it away from this enormous problem we have with disaffected young black men.
Okay, well, listen, let me. Okay, you're concerned about that, right? And I'm concerned.
Yeah, damn right I am. You ought to be too.
Hold on. I'm concerned about children not being able to go to school without being shot up by a AK-47. I am concerned about children being told that their teachers are now going to have to bring guns to school to protect them in a place of learning. So you're concentrated on statistical data about black men, and I'm concentrated on these children not being able to go to school without being threatened.
Okay, Mr. Solutions, give me your solution for preventing this. Come on now.
I gave you my solution. What they should do in this country.
No, you haven't given me. I want you to give it to me.
What they should do in this country immediately.
So I don't distort your position, and I get it absolutely correct.
What they should
now, what do you want to do to propose to fix it, Tyrone?
What they should do immediately is Joe Biden should tonight write an executive order and ban all fucking assault weapons, all AKA weapons, all multi-ammo weapons. He should ban all of those weapons. The only weapon that should be authorized in this country is handguns and long barrel rifles to hunt with. So that is my solution for these mass shootings that is going on in this country. So are we clear on that?
Yes, I'm clear on that. Now that I know your position, I'm going to tell you what's wrong with it.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Now, 248 years ago, yesterday, 248 years yesterday, the catalyst that created the United States was an exercise in gun control by the British government. They did exactly what you mentioned. They came to the British colonies and there to seize gunpowder, cannon, and shot. That was what started. That was the catalyst that led to 14 months later, the United States declaring the Declaration of Independence. Now, Joe Biden, were he to do such a thing as you suggest, he would be acting completely outside his lawful authority as president, and to define at least 6 Supreme Court decisions to the contrary. Now, I would say such an edict would be worthy of no respect whatsoever, and if necessary, should be opposed by force of arms, were he to do that.
Okay, so listen, I want you to listen to me clearly. And now you specifically said over 200 years ago. I said 248
years ago yesterday.
Okay, you said over 200 years ago what the British did, right? And what I'm trying to tell you, so you can understand clearly, that 248 years ago, AK-47s did not exist. So when I said put a ban on the assault weapons, I'm talking about today and not 248 years ago. The fact that you want to go back in history to make this argument is showing me that you're disconnected from what's going on or anything that I just said about these children being threatened in their classrooms. We need to address the problem. Let me finish with what I'm saying. Let me finish with what I'm saying. Let me finish with what I'm saying.
And the principle is that the government does not have the right to seize your lawfully and constitutionally owned property. You are utterly immune to principle.
But whenever you ask me,
and the law is the same, even if AK-47s didn't exist then.
Okay, but when you ask me what my solution was, I'm telling you what. Okay, can I please?
You said what you want Joe Biden to do.
Why are you cutting me
off?
I
responded that if Joe Biden did that, I told you what the response should be.
Okay, so you're done now.
Hello.
Hey, hold on for 1 second, please. Whenever you asked me for what my solution was, I gave you my solutions.
Yeah, and you said your solution was Joe Biden doing something about it. And I said if he does it, then we have the right to respond in kind.
Okay, so shut up.
Can
you please shut up? When you asked for my solution, I gave you my solution. And instead of addressing my solution, you wanted to go back 248 years ago and talk about...
I addressed it specifically.
Bitch, will you shut up? You wanted to go back 248 years ago and talk about some shit that ain't got shit to do with these children sitting in this goddamn classroom getting blown apart by weapons of war. These fucking 9 and 5 and 6 years old getting murdered and massacred in these goddamn classrooms. I don't give a fuck what the Britons did 200 years ago. I'm talking about what is happening in this country today, where children are not allowed to safely sit in the goddamn classroom and learn. Now, who was that said hello so I can get you on here?
Mace.
What's up, Mace?
Yes, you have these people that want to bring out statistics, just like they want to, the government can't tell people this, but we think the government can tell a woman what to do with her body.
Oh, yeah,
and somebody thinks so. So if you go to the Bureau of Justice and look at the crimes and all of the different stuff, you're going to see a whole entire different story for these clowns walking around here talking about mass murder. And I want to know about the unsolved murders and what do they call those people. See, we want to say mass murder, but the man that shot that boy, we know where he was. And I'm so happy the person in the third house gave him some help. Not the one in the second house, or the first or the second house that overlooked him. And I'm happy for the third person that had sense enough to open the door so he could get some help. We know what that man was because you got these people that's all stuck up out of Fox TV want to go around and think that the white man is in trouble. And the black man is the problem because you see all these black people putting Trump where he should have been a long time ago. That's in the front, and they hating it. And then they turn it around and put it out on, but you don't hear start saying nothing about that. You ain't heard nothing about Oklahoma, about what those politicians sit up there and said about him, including him in it. But no, you don't hear stuff like that. He always want to defend the Caucasian man. That's what he's here to do. Because he don't think that man should have went to jail at all for shooting that boy. But he's trying to fix it in a different way to come out with some statistics.
Well, sorry, let me ask him, Mace, because we didn't ask him that. Sorry, do you think that guy, that the 17-year-old that rung the doorbell, do you think that guy should be locked up for shooting that boy, for ringing his doorbell?
If he committed a crime, he should be. If he didn't, he should be acquitted. I haven't read the indictment yet.
There we go.
I haven't read the law there with regards to that issue.
Okay, so let's just do
I haven't heard
right
any of the evidence, and neither of you. I'm a complete agnostic on the issue until I do.
Okay,
he has the presumption of innocence before the trial.
Okay, so
Now, I'm
let me
going
ask
to
you.
leave it at that. And if you don't like the answer, you can lump it.
Okay,
not
so
giving
let
an
me
answer.
ask you this way then. Say you got a situation where a kid walk up to your house, and ring the doorbell, and you shoot them. Do you think that that's right? All they did was
Why
ring
did
the
I
doorbell.
shoot them, Tyrone? Just because they rang a doorbell?
Yes.
Is
that's
that
it.
why I shot them?
Yes.
If I shot them because they rang a doorbell, I should go to jail.
Okay. Go ahead,
Now,
man.
why? Is there any other
can I
thing
finish?
involved?
No, that was
Can
it.
I finish?
That was it.
If he was shooting
No,
him,
I answered the question exactly.
can I finish,
Okay.
Now,
Tyrone?
it seems to me like you didn't give me enough information.
That was
You
it.
don't need enough information. The
That was
Will you
it.
tell us stop babbling for a minute, please?
If he runs
Again,
the
are you
doorbell,
going to give me any more information?
when I finish,
That was it.
I'm
You
giving you some
answered
more.
it, and I agree with you.
Not you. Tell me I'm talking about him.
No, that was
That's
it,
what I'm trying
Sarge.
to
You answered it, and
You
I
tell
agree
me
with you. If you shot him because you ring your doorbell, you need to go to jail. So I agree with you.
Exactly. I mean, what is it to argue about?
But
Nothing.
he can't.
Go ahead, Mace.
He didn't. But Tyrone, he shot him twice. He didn't shoot him one time. He shot him twice.
Mm-hmm.
So after he figured out he rang the doorbell and he shot him between the door. He didn't shoot him with the door open. He shot him between the glass. That's probably what saved him. And then he shot him again. Did he leave him for dead, or did he try to get some help, or did he call anybody? That means he meant to try to kill him.
Mm.
So, and if that's what Soros think and he don't like because they arrested him, they didn't arrest him at first.
Will you stop trying to speak for me? You can't even speak for
I'm not
yourself.
saying you are. See, that's how you speak.
I mean, you are trying to speak for me. You said that's what Soros thinks.
You haven't
seen
the evidence, and you don't never seen it. You don't know that. Just like that's y'all been striking out.
Think about it. As
You
stupid as
always been striking out. Striking out. That's all you do is strike out. You strike out with this crap. We don't want to hear them statistics you get from them darn
Just
Republicans.
ask me and I'll tell you.
Walking around here like a nut. You
Good
walk around here
Lord.
like a nut with those Republican talking points because every time it comes
The most simple-minded morons in the universe.
You don't want to count no mass murderers. Because you heard something in Oklahoma talking the other night, and I hope they go back and see if they killed somebody and dug some holes in the ground and put some people in it that we don't know nothing about.
Blah, 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 blah. You
You won't have no conversation about that.
God Almighty.
God, your mighty God, whatever you want to say.
So hold on.
Say.
I think Elisa was trying to say something.
Yeah, well, can I ask a question? Okay. Let's move from the 16-year-old boy. What about the girl with her friends in the car trying to find their friend's house that pulled into the guy's driveway, and he ran out and started shooting and killed that girl? What about her?
He should be in jail too.
No, I'm asking Sarge.
All right, again, we got a man who seems to have shot somebody without reason, a white man who shot a white woman in upstate New York. Now, why he did it, I don't know yet. I haven't read the indictment sheet. I don't know what it says.
But he
I can't see any reason why he shot the woman whatsoever. At least I heard a reason expressed in the Ralph Y'all shooting. I don't know if it's true or not. That's what's been said. So I'm waiting to see what the indictment sheet says and what the evidence shows.
So
and then what happens when it goes to trial.
That's right. What's the purpose of the statistics, that you came out with? We weren't talking about no statistics.
You're too stupid to understand. I'm even trying to explain it.
Crazy crap. Because I done heard it somewhere. I heard it on Fox, I heard it on Newsmax, and that's what it meant.
Self-evident as to why I read this. But you're a moron, so you'll never understand.
It's still just like January 6th. You don't think that happened either. And in Alabama, let me straighten you out on one thing. It was more than one person that was doing it.
And you keep irritating. Give her a pacifier while you're at it, will you?
120-year-old, and then they still looking for another one. We don't know what they all look like. And then I said they should show all of them face, but what's taking so long? And these mass murders are not done in the inner cities neither. That's another line y'all use. And what is the statistics on the ones that they haven't found out what the mass shootings and all the murders have been? They don't keep numbers on that. And the man's head got cut off. You don't want to talk about that either.
Well, I can kind of understand why Sarge is not answering the question.
You don't have one.
And I'll give you kudos.
What question did I fail to answer that made sense?
No, listen, and I'm trying to give you credit.
Can we answer me that, please?
Okay.
You said I don't want to answer a question. What question was that?
No, I'm saying, why you're withholding your opinion about these cases?
Because I don't have enough evidence. That's why.
So what I'm trying to do is give you credit Because the last time you jumped out there with your ass out with Ahmaud Arbery saying that he had some construction boots and he robbed a damn store, the last time you jumped out there butt-ass naked accusing that boy of doing something that he didn't do, and when the trial came, you was wrong as shit. And those men went to jail, all three of them. So
Wait a minute. And when I gave an explanation as to why I believe that, you're just going to totally forget about that, aren't you?
Well, you was wrong.
Because it doesn't matter to you.
You was wrong. So I get why you...
How about you with Trayvon Martin? How about you with Darren Wilson? How about you with every other damn thing you said that you were wrong about? Everything you said. I can get your ass over the head, too.
Well,
you were wrong infinitely more than me, and I was wrong about one particular piece of evidence.
I'm trying to give you credit. I'm trying to give you credit.
You don't know what you're talking about. I've been right more than you.
No, well, I'm trying to give you credit for not jumping out there butt naked on these cases. So I mean,
and I explained why, because of the poor quality of the video recording.
Oh, really?
That's what made me to make an erroneous conclusion.
No.
And I told you that.
So I'm gonna put you. Wait a minute. Hold on. So I got to put you on mute. So listen, hold on. You're lying. I got to put you on mute. Listen.
He's a big liar.
So Sarge, you told us that you analyzed frame by frame Ahmaud Arbery coming out of the damn house, carrying boots, throwing something down. You told us that you watched the video frame by frame, and now you're telling us it was grainy footage? Nigga, you got to stop lying. You forget who the hell you talking to and what you told me. So you can't sit up here and say that was grainy goddamn footage when you did a whole show and you said that you analyzed frame by frame that he had on construction boots and that he threw something down that looked like a goddamn hammer, Sarge. So stop it. You was wrong, nigga.
When you lie so much,
they should not have been convicted.
So we don't want to hear the end of your story.
Did you hear me? And do you want to know why?
They should have never been convicted. Why shouldn't they have been convicted?
That's what I just said. Fuck the Jews.
I know.
I said they should have been convicted.
Why?
Why?
And now you gonna shut up and listen?
Yeah, go ahead.
And do it quick.
Tell Boom to shut up for a minute. Or mute her.
Go ahead.
Like you did me just a few minutes ago.
Go ahead and tell us why they shouldn't have been convicted.
Mute that motherfucker. I ain't saying
Maze, you got to let him talk. But go ahead and tell us why they should have been convicted.
All right, one more time. I said they should not have been convicted. Here's why.
Okay.
Now listen to me. The jury rejected their argument that they had grounds to make a citizen's arrest. The jury did. They rejected it. I did not. I thought they did have grounds to make a citizen's arrest under existing Georgia law. If they did, listen to the word. If is a preposition meaning conditional. All right? Listen to the words I'm using, nigga. This is important. If they, in fact, had the right to make a citizen's arrest, they also had the right to self-defense. But since the jury said they didn't, they had no legal right to self-defense. Get it? That I didn't agree with the jury.
Okay, so
that's me. If I had been on the jury, it would have been a hanged jury.
You know you didn't.
Let Big J go. Go ahead, Big J.
Wait a minute. I want you to understand that, and that's it. So fuck the shoes.
I done told you you
okay,
They should have the right to self-defense.
Yeah, but Sarge, here is the thing. First of all, if it was self-defense, right? So, and they were doing a citizen's arrest. Okay, I'll agree with you, right? But the thing was, first of all, the victim was for one, wasn't armed, and number two, after the death of Ahmaud Arbery, why were they filming the body, posing pictures with the body as if though they just killed a deer or some wild game? So that didn't look like though that was self-defense or a citizen's arrest.
Oh, okay. Here's the reason. Okay,
tell another lie.
Will you shut up? You ask me, not your dumb ass. All right. So again, Jay, here's the reason why. Again, if they had the right of self-defense when he attempted to seize the shotgun, not before. When he attempted to wrestle the shotgun away from Travis McMichael, at that point, if they had a legal right of a citizen's arrest That meant they could invoke the right of self-defense. Without it, they were committing unlawful restraint, and that's what the jury found. The jury thought it was unlawful restraint when you are committing a felony and you are then considered to be the aggressor and you don't have the right of self-defense. That's what the jury found, and that's what it is. I didn't agree with them based on the evidence I saw submitted at trial.
How could you make
Okay, so let me add this to the conversation.
Yeah, but you also forgot. Yeah, but here's the thing.
Even if they did something was found that has no bearing on whether or not they had the right of self-defense. No bearing whatsoever.
Okay. You know what? I'm done. Go ahead and talk.
Okay, so let me add this to the conversation.
Whether or not they could use self-defense if they had a legal right to do it.
Okay,
so they had no legal right to do it because they were the aggressors in a criminal act.
Let me show you why. Let me show you why your self-defense. Wait a minute. Let me show you why your self-defense argument doesn't make any sense. And the reason is because the district attorney Jaxie Johnson was convicted on covering up what you're calling self-defense. Now, if it was self-defense, then the district attorney wouldn't have covered it up. Okay, Sarge? You remember that?
No, that is not the reason why, Tyrone. Again, you're misstating facts. That's not why she got in trouble.
Okay, well, let me be specific. Hold on, shut up. I want to be specific. Okay, I want to be specific, so I'm going to tell you what it was. So, I just use these slang terms, so let me see what it was. She got arrested for violation of her oath and obstructing and obstruction. That's what she got booked for. Okay, so now I got that out there. So we got that.
I say,
what was the citizen arrest? Since they were doing a citizen arrest.
Well, let me let Sarge respond, and then you can go. Who is that, Gigi or Renee?
Okay, again. The misconduct of the DA is entirely separate from the issue at trial, which they contended they had the right to make a citizen's arrest. Because the DA makes misconduct, doesn't have, in fact, the defendants, in their case, it bears on the district attorney's conduct.
Okay, you missing it. Go ahead, Gigi.
She missed the point.
The only reason we found out, hello everybody, the reason we found out about it is because there was a leak. Somebody leaked the information from the DA. We never would have known what had happened. I'm done.
Yeah,
but you always got to come up with a case.
You're missing your whole self-defense argument, because if it was self-defense, that district attorney would have used that argument, Sarge. But instead, they knew it wasn't self-defense, and so she obstructed and she tried to cover up the crime. So that's why you can't use self-defense. Do you understand that?
No.
That isn't why she got in trouble. They did invoke the self-defense statute when they cleared them in the first place. They did.
Oh, geez.
You're wrong about the facts again. They did invoke Georgia's self-defense law. When they cleared them, they invoked it.
Either way,
that's
you're
the
not.
reason for clearing them.
Either way, you never address the mass murders that the white man is committing.
Okay, now you got to change the subject because I got your ass.
No, I mean, you're
wrong. About whether or not he had the right to make a if the jury said he didn't have the right to make a citizen's arrest, then you're right. They have no right to invoke self-defense. Because they're aggressive and they're committing a crime. A person committing a crime cannot claim self-defense when the party who is being sinned against attempts to defend themselves. In that case, wresting the shotgun away from Travis McMichael.
Did they argue self-defense? Did they argue self-defense, Sarge?
No.
Yes, they did.
Okay, so they argue self-defense. Hold on, wait.
Ahmed Aubrey tried to take the shotgun away from Travis McMichael. At that point, he said he had a right to self-defense.
Okay, so they argue self-defense, right? And they're listen. I want you to listen to me clearly. They argue self-defense, and they lost, so they're in prison, which means their self-defense argument wasn't fucking valid. Do you understand that?
The jury didn't accept it. I'll grant you that. I did, though.
Okay, so the self-defense argument is no goddamn good.
Okay, now look, you're right. The jury rejected it. It's done. It's done. But, the reason I brought it up because you bought them fucking shoes. Like you made a big deal.
No, you said the shoes were boots.
The shoes were really rather irrelevant in the overall context. Because they could have been mistaken about a burglary, and if they had reasonable grounds to believe a burglary had occurred, it wouldn't fucking matter about the shoes.
You brought the shoes up, Sarge. I'm just reminding you what
you
you told
us.
us.
Nigga. You said, Sarge, you're wrong about the shoes. You said you analyzed it frame by frame, and you saw the shoes.
You did a whole show about it.
That's what you just said, nigga. You ever listen to yourself?
You did a whole show about it, Sarge. You did a complete show about it.
Yeah.
You don't remember
Okay,
that?
Negro. And I just said, as far as I'm concerned, in the overall case, that is irrelevant.
Little man, I'm
all that mattered was whether or not they had grounds to make a citizen's arrest. That was the key issue at the trial.
Tyrone,
not the fucking shoes.
Tyrone, can you ask him something that's going to hurt him? Do he think that Fox did right by paying off that money, or should they have went to court?
What about the Fox settlement, Sarge?
You know, you keep asking about this. It don't matter how many fucking times you say about that. You keep asking the same goddamn question. All right, I'm going to tell you again, for I know the 50th time, when they first made those claims about Dominion, I gave them credence because it sort of lined up with a lot of mysterious shenanigans that went on at 3 a.m. that morning. But when I looked into it, like I look into everything that I take an interest in and do a lot of research into it, I thought that the evidence, even though it was still possible to be true, was insufficient to rely upon. And I said so. I said initially I gave it credence, but after looking at it thoroughly, they seemed to be all over the place and they weren't consistent. So I was not going to rely upon it. Now, the things I do say regularly and have not changed my mind on, you just fucking completely ignore.
He still think the election was stolen, just like he think 9/11.
So again, man, Dominion, look, Spark's going to be responsible for whatever they said that was wrong, that they settled that settlement for. That's on them. I never placed a lot of reliance in Dominion. I placed my reliance on the unconstitutional changing of election law, the unverified signatures on the ballots, the drop boxes that were illegal in several states, yes, 2,000 mules, and a whole bunch of other shit that you refuse to answer to.
Okay, so what? Hold on. I'm going to mute you one more time. Everything that you just named, originated from fucking Fox. The same company that just got caught in a fucking lie at the cost of $787 million. So you're too goddamn stupid to realize that you're still repeating the lies that caused them to lose $787 million. Now, I ain't your fucking psychiatrist. You got some mental problems. You're still fucking trying to promote those lying pieces of shit over there at Fox, all their conspiracy theories that you just repeated. Now, you can have it. You can believe 2,000 mules. You can believe 8,000 mules. I don't give a fuck. You just dumb. That's it. You just dumb.
Negro, I never placed much reliance on Dominion. That is the case between those people who suing Fox, Dominion manufacturing machines.
But the case wasn't only about Dominion.
You won't even fucking address, you goddamn lying bastard.
But the case wasn't only about Dominion, you dumbass.
The other shit that you won't even address.
Were you even paying attention to the case? It wasn't only about Dominion, stupid.
You just brought up Dominion to me, you goddamn idiot.
Oh, God, you stupid.
Did you ever pay attention to what you say?
You just keep dragging out.
You just stupid.
That's why, nigga, I ain't never seen a motherfucker you can't even follow his own motherfucking threads.
Your blood is running out. You need to sit down and shut up.
I mean, you can't even follow your own goddamn threads to a logical conclusion.
Okay, so hold on for 1 minute, mama's boy. Let me do this right here. Hold on. Shut up, Sarge. Listen.
If there's one thing we have learned from the Fox Dominion lawsuit, it is this. What Fox does on air and what Fox employees think and say off air, well, those are not always in sync. And tonight we have exclusive, newly released audio that shows that when it came to the big lie itself, even the central players knew there was no there there. But let me back up. A few weeks ago, a former senior producer of Tucker Carlson's show, who used to be a senior producer for Fox News host Maria Bartiromo's show, a woman by the name of Abby Grossberg, she sued Fox News. Essentially, Ms. Grossberg believed she was being set up as the scapegoat or the fall guy in the gigantic Fox Dominion defamation lawsuit. Grossberg claims that Fox attorneys coerced, intimidated, and misinformed her to influence her deposition before Dominion lawyers last year. And so now, former Fox News producer Abby Grossberg is expected to be a witness for Dominion. And man, she has the receipts. It turns out that Abby Grossberg had been recording, using an app on her phone, discussions between Bartiromo and key figures in this case. Figures like Trump attorney Rudy Giuliani and Trump campaign officials themselves. Grossberg told Fox's lawyer she had these types of recordings. She was pretty upfront about that, but Fox never handed them over to Dominion during the discovery process. So today, Abby Grossberg's legal team played parts of 2 of those recordings in court. And after hearing them, the judge decided to sanction Fox News for withholding evidence. So if Dominion wants to, Dominion could conduct more depositions on Fox News's dime. Judge's orders. Now, we don't know if Dominion is actually going to do that, but these tapes were explosive enough that the judge literally sanctioned Fox News for not sharing them. Abby Grossberg and her legal team have let us have these recordings tonight. So without further ado, this is Rudy Giuliani and Fox News host Maria Bartiromo talking off air on November 8th, 2020. Off air, Mr. Giuliani seems pretty candid about the fact that he really has no evidence that there is anything wrong with the Dominion voting machines.
Did you hear that, you dumbass? Now wait, I'm not done. I want you to hear the goddamn conversation.
I'm going to be asking you for as much evidence as you can tell us about these lawsuits. Whatever you can tell us in terms of evidence would be really helpful. Okay, great.
I can tell you exactly what we have.
Perfect. And what about this software, this Dominion software?
That's a little harder
troubling
to tell you. Right, it's being analyzed right now. I mean, there are a couple of races that have been reversed because the Democrat was triple counted, two already in Michigan. Now, whether that applies to the whole state or not, I can't tell you yet.
This Dominion software, does Nancy Pelosi have an interest in it?
I've read that. I can't prove that yet.
Okay.
Can't prove that.
Okay, so here's what's significant. They would go straight on the air after they talked to Rudy Giuliani. Rudy Giuliani would sit on fucking Fox and say Dominion cheated. Now that was the lie. Now here's another audio. So shut the fuck up and listen.
That was Rudy Giuliani, the face of the big lie, privately downplaying that he knew anything about Dominion voting machines. And then there is this conversation from December 5th, 2020. This is a call between Maria Bartiromo and Trump campaign officials themselves.
Are any of the machines, I know it was on War Room the other day with Steve Bannon, have any of the machines been looked at? He had said that one was looked at in Georgia.
I'd have to check on that in terms of Georgia. I know during the audit they did check on those machines. They're really, if we can just go off the record for 1 sec here.
Notice he said, can we go off the record?
Yeah, of course. I don't want us to say it if it's not. That's why we're checking.
I think they have looked at the machines. When the Secretary of State did its audit, there was a fair bit of looking at the machines. The audit came in pretty darn close to what the machine count was with the receipts. So, I don't know the outcome of those, but our understanding, again, this is from the Secretary of State's office, is that there weren't any physical issues with machines on those inspections.
There wasn't any physical issues with the machine, and the audits came in pretty close to what the machine said. But the significance behind both of these audios is that they would turn right around and go on the air, and then they would say Dominion fucking stealing goddamn votes from Trump. That turned into your goddamn 2000 Muse movie. That turned into your conspiracies about Michigan. That turned into all that dumb shit that you just named because the Fox producers would sit up here and get this information knowing that there wasn't nothing wrong with the goddamn machines, but they would go on the fucking air and promote these goddamn conspiracies about the election being stolen. And your dumb ass is sitting up here tonight still repeating them same goddamn conspiracies, even though you hear the Fox News producer telling you off air that they ain't shit wrong, but they're gonna go on the air and promote those goddamn conspiracies. Now, Sarge, you can't be that goddamn stupid. You just cannot be that stupid when I'm handing you this goddamn evidence to your motherfucking face now. Goddamn. Shit.
You don't be investigating nothing.
Dumb bastard, 2,000 mules had nothing to do with Dominion. It had to do with ballot harvesting and ballot stuffing. You simple-minded moron.
Oh, God, never mind. I'm done.
Man, what the fuck is wrong with you? Don't even fucking listen.
You're dumb.
The next person, please. Sometime him.
2,000 mules didn't have anything to do with Dominion.
You should stop carrying the news for people.
I can't do it.
Hey, you ought to be done, silly, and take the fucking wax out your ears.
Oh,
you don't have no opinions.
You don't.
You always use somebody else. Think for yourself.
Take the wax out of your ears and listen.
I can't believe what I'm listening to.
No, we don't care. We don't believe nothing you got to say.
And by the way, if you look at what the judge did in the pre-trial motions when it came to Fox News' defense, they settled. Because the judge took away all of their ability to conduct an effective defense. That motherfucker was an Obama appointee.
Here you go.
Okay, so let me respond to that real quick, Mace. That is not why they settled. That is not why they settled. They settled because of this evidence that was just explained to you was released, and not only that, they had the text messages from their hosts confessing under oath that they was lying to their audience. So they would have had to put Tucker Carlson on the stand, Sean Hannity on the stand, Laura Ingraham on the stand, Maria Barra-Marlow on the stand, Judge Janine on the stand. All of these motherfuckers people would have been on the stand, and they would have had to raise their fucking right hand and tell the goddamn court that they was lying to your dumb ass. They would have had to tell the court that they were lying to your dumb ass in a goddamn transcript that you would have damn seen that said that host was lying about this election. They was lying about 2,000 Mules. They was lying about Michigan. They was lying about everything that you just fucking
talk about 2,000 Mules, asshole.
Fuck up. They would have had to sit up here and tell you that you was lying, so they didn't want to put their whole network and their hosts through the exposing them as being liars, so they settled. Because if they would have went to court, they would have most likely had to pay that $1 billion instead of settling, you dumb son of a bitch.
Can I add a name that you forgot? This is the linchpin. This is the whole reason why the settlement came out in the first place. Rupert Murdoch told them that he knew it was a lie.
Oh yeah.
And he still sent them out there. That was the reason why they settled, because right after Rupert Murdoch's deposition, they settled. It was a wrap. He wrote the check right there for $700 million, because he the one went in there and told them he knew everything that was going on. He knew everything that was a lie, and he still, sent them out there to do it.
And not only that, when Rupert Murdoch, when the judge asked what part of the board did Rupert Murdoch sit on, Rupert Murdoch said that he didn't have no part in the board. And then whenever another event in the court process happened, they found out that Rupert Murdoch was the chair of the goddamn board. So that was another goddamn lie. So Rupert Murdoch would have had to testify that he knew that his fucking Fox News station was lying about the 2020 election. So he didn't want to do that. So you're absolutely right. So Sarge, you're a dumbass. I don't know what else to tell you about that. You about to be
Fox News did not cover 2,000 Mules. They were told not to. I don't know why you keep bringing that shit up with Fox News.
Well, let's wait for the next suit.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you why I'm bringing up that for 2,000 Mules with Fox News.
Fox News
because
didn't
shut the
cover
fuck
it.
up. You want to know why? Shut up. Because Denise D'Souza was a goddamn guest on Fox show promoting this goddamn movie, 2,000 Mules, that was going to expose the election fraud. Do you understand that? So being that,
were they sued over that? No, they weren't. Stupid. They didn't get sued over that, did they? Stupid.
I'm not done. So being that Denise,
why don't you stick with Dominion with voting machines, which I never placed much credence
You
in
asking
anyway.
why I keep inserting Denise DeSouza's movie, and I'm trying to
That
explain.
didn't have anything to do with the lawsuit either.
Oh God! So you don't want to know the truth. You
know,
just
he
No,
ain't
you don't want to know the truth. You want to try to conflate it.
He can't
2,000
comprehend.
Mules wasn't even mentioned in the Dominion
All of
lawsuit.
those go together. 2,000 Mules didn't have to be he.
Oh, in
Okay,
your
so-
mind,
so
in
let
your
me-
warped
let me try-
mind it does. Nobody
Let-
else.
let me
Not
try
your
to-
judges don't.
Let me try to paint this picture then. So okay, the reason that I keep mentioning Denise D'Souza and 2,000 Mules is because Fox News just settled because they are liars, right? The entire news corporation is liars. That's why they settled. So being that that is a lying news outlet and Denise D'Souza is a part of that lying news outlet, his fucking movie is part of that lying news outlet. So that's why you tie them all together, because they all fucking liars and you too stupid to realize that they fucking lying to your ass. Okay?
Well, that's your opinion. I stand by 2,000 Mules. And I'd love to get it in court.
And it's the judge's fault because
not Dominion, but 2,000 Mules. I'd take that to court any day.
So don't tell us about no sitting you do, because you don't do none. We be in the same place, but we can come.
I never did have much faith in the Dominion thing. Well, I kept telling you stupid ass.
Same thing, and you still don't catch it.
Sorry, let me
I
ask
didn't
you this.
I didn't have any reliance in it because it wasn't sufficiently corroborated.
Sorry, let me ask you this right here. And seriously, no yelling. I'm serious as I don't know what. Since you putting all your weight behind 2,000 Mules, right? Why?
No, I'm not. That's part of it.
Okay, so since you supporting 2,000 Mules, why don't you think that that movie was able to prove anything?
Because the same methods, the exact same method that your United States government that used to locate all them rioters, the insurrectionists that you were so up in a tizzy about, were the exact same methods that Denise D'Souza and his team used to geolocate the ballot mules and the harvesters. The exact same methods.
That ain't my question.
Now, you say they were reliable to get all the insurrectionists, but they weren't good enough to get the mules.
You're not listening to my
Bullshit.
question. You're not listening to my
That's
question.
why you asked me the question. You got part of the answer.
You didn't answer the question. Here's the question again.
You asked me why.
Listen to what I'm asking you.
They use the same methods that the FBI used to corral all the people you called insurrectionists.
Listen to my question.
You're right.
Why haven't 2,000 Mules produced any evidence to support your notion that the election was not handled right? Where's
They can't get it in a court.
Oh, okay.
Because
evidence that they produced has not gotten into court.
I guess what Mike Pence didn't do had nothing to do with it either.
So let me ask you this: 2 years after the fact, right? And they haven't gotten into court. Why the fuck why do you even have putting any faith in that stuff, man? It's
the same reason I know the election was stolen. The fix was in. It is in.
Still saying it.
They ignored all the thousands of depositions, sworn depositions made by people across the country, particularly in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, and Arizona. Thousands of them that should have got a court hearing and didn't.
Well, yeah, you're just like that guy that shot that kid.
That's what I mean. I answer your fucking question, and you tell me, I don't mean nothing, Sarge.
I don't know what he's gonna do when they take him off the air. They don't break him, and they don't be there. Newsmax won't be there no more, and Fox won't be there.
I think Rupert Murdoch did that on purpose, so he could settle for less money than they're asking for, because he gave Dominion like half of what they was asking for. Now he's got the next one that's asking for like 2.4, 2.6 billion. So he's going to probably play that the same way, because they're going to use his testimony in the Dominion case. I mean, it's a wrap. It's a wrap.
If I was Smartmatic, I wouldn't settle shit, because they got all the evidence that they need.
Right? I mean, damn. I mean, it overwhelmed me. Like I said, when the man who ain't even supposed to be having anything to do with Fox News, because you got Fox News and you got Fox Corp, right? So that's why all of this stuff gets kind of a little convoluted, because both of them are being sued. You understand? So Fox Corp owns Fox News. You know what I'm saying? And Rupert Murdoch on all of that shit. Now, when that motherfucker tell you that they was lying, you can, sorry, you believe what the fuck you want to believe, but this is the programmer telling you all of it was a fucking lie, and he knew it, and he still allowed them to go out there and say that shit for the ratings, for the fucking, you know, for the
Get the crazy
juice.
crowd that they had, because that's the reason why the
I
people
mean, he said it out of his own mouth, and then settled because he said it.
Let me just say this right here too. And please don't cut me off, Sarge. The fact that this lawsuit was settled, right? What Fox News claimed is the same thing that Sarge is saying, that the election was stolen. And they used Dominion to try to make that case and say the Dominion was corrupt. And the fact that Dominion proved their case and said that we weren't corrupt, the election was not stolen, Fox News lied. You can't go off of that whole thing about the election was stolen when Fox News is telling people that the election was not stolen. So Sarge is using this other method about 2,000 views as his proof, but Fox News is the one that was pushing this whole narrative about the election was stolen, and then they had to come out and settle because they lied about the election being stolen. That's the reason that they settled, is because they lied about the election being stolen.
And you know what I think about Tyrone, real quick, and I'll let you go, sorry. You know, another thing I think about Tyrone is it's kind of like what happened with the InfoWars dude. When it comes down to the bottom line, because Fox wants to keep their news accreditation, they're gonna have to admit some shit to keep that shit, and they still may lose it after they admit, because what they're admitting to is like egregious. So they still may lose their news accreditation behind it. But this is what I see as a manner of trying to save it. You see what I'm saying? Because if you go to trial and you lose, it's almost a definite. You ain't no longer gonna be a news station.
Well, Tucker Carlson had a case not long ago, and Fox is not a news organization. It's an entertainment organization. That was the argument that they put forth with Tucker Carlson's show. But what confuses people is Tucker Carlson would turn on his goddamn camera every night and say that they're news. But the court said what no reasonable person believed that Tucker Carlson was a news show. So that was the whole thing. So they're entertainment, but they got their news in their name, and their hosts called themselves news fucking goddamn reporters, which is the ruse. Is that they audience like Sarge believe that they're news, but whenever they go to court, they say that they're entertainment. Now, this lawsuit didn't have anything to do with their accreditation about news. It had everything to do with defamation with the Dominion. Just like the next lawsuit with the $2 billion is about defamation for Smartmatic. And not only that, the board at Fox is suing Rupert Murdoch because of their loss of revenue. Whenever this is not going to be cute for Fox when it's all over with. They're going to lose a lot of goddamn money.
I think he's just trying to save his pocketbook, man.
Dan Bondino, he can say whatever the hell he want to, and that's one of them damn firebrands at Fox News. He got cut loose, so he ain't there no more. So today was his last day. I think like yesterday was his last day. Y'all know Dan Bondino. So
that damn crazy ass fool.
I think that they shedding weight over there because they got rid of Dan Bondino. I don't know if they're gonna go as far as Tucker or Hannity.
Oh, they going.
They got Dan Bondino ass out of there.
They got rid of Bill O'Reilly and what's the other one name?
Hey, Sister Mays, Mercedes Benz got rid of Bill O'Reilly. Because they was one of his endorsers that on his show, and they said, hey, either you get rid of Bill or we're going to start running our ads on your shit. We're going to start paying you.
And My Pillow Man, whatever. Yeah, My Pillow Man was Ponson and Tucker. And somebody else.
Getting sued.
In trouble too.
My Pillow Man's getting sued.
Yeah, he getting sued, all of them.
Yeah, because Dominion, listen,
so gonna put it
Dominion is going to sue My Pillow. He's going to sue, what's the other right-wing network, OAN? He's going to sue Newsmax. These motherfuckers might be through because every one of those platforms promoted that fucking lie. So since Dominion won this one, basically, they ain't got no other choice but to win the rest of them.
They also suing Rudy Giuliani and that other chick.
Yeah,
Yep.
and that dumb chick, yeah, they suing both.
And I hope it don't take forever for him to do it.
All right,
It
one
don't
more
matter,
That's
time.
the
Sister
judge.
May.
Who had it? Who's judge?
More
Sister May.
about the Dominion machine.
Use that.
It was infinitely more than that. That's what you choose to focus on because
talking
an
about
adverse ruling was made against a couple of people
Well, I just
and
wanna-
news network in the election fraud. There is more to it than just that. And even then, in that case, that judge, Eric Davis, refused most of the defense's pretrial motions to include the ability to cite newsworthiness as a defense. Tucker Carlson regularly, because I watch him every night, he regularly refers to himself as an opinion journalist who also covers the news. He regularly refers to himself that way. So you people sit up and say, they say they news. I listen to him every night. I know what he says about himself and what he covers. He's an opinion journalist first and foremost.
He's an opinion co-host, and you have the same opinion that he does. Because that's why you come on here with that mess.
Will you stop babbling?
Tucker Carlson gave him to
You ever have anything concrete?
Hey, Sister Mays, let me let you know. That it's all really downhill because they can use Rupert Murdoch's testimony in the deposition in all their cases. So it's pretty much a wrap.
Yes, and guess who won't
Well,
be a part of
there is such a thing as discovery if you get it judged with integrity.
And Mama Boy, guess who won't be a part of it? And he ain't gonna give no money, ain't got no money to give, but he got a whole lot to say. That one over there.
I really like to see Dominion give up that algorithm. I would like what algorithm says.
That's what it's gonna boil down to. You keep on stepping in. You're stepping in it every time you try.
Well, Sarge, I think Smartmatic owns Dominion, so I think they could probably share the testimony of Rupert Murdoch to Smartmatic. And I think once Smartmatic takes it all the way to trial, it's going to pretty much be out there. But I think Rupert Murdoch's going to try to settle out of court with them, too. That's just my thought process.
You may be right. That's their legal strategy. I ain't got nothing to say about it. Look, Fox News is not determined what I believe to be true. They provide information. I'll accept it or reject it based upon how credible I think it is, and I will agree with them where I do, and I will not agree with them where I don't. And if they ever say this election was legitimate, I'm going to reject Fox News.
And they should revoke his citizenship for over here causing a mess. That's what they should do. And that,
if they ever say this election was on the up and up, I'm going to turn my back on Fox News.
So you just stop blaming the judge for what happened, because the judge didn't pay nobody off.
Because I know better, even if Mays don't.
So you always find somebody to blame.
All right. Well, listen, YouTube won't get ready to shut y'all down. So y'all can call in to the number at, what is it, 717-908-1834. Y'all know the number. It's in the description. But I'm going to get ready to shut YouTube down. Y'all can still talk, though. And Sarge, you just don't.